Woohoo! Hey, guys. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. May 31st. May 31st. Friday. It has been a busy Friday. Been up and going since early this morning. Um, Yesterday I had a banging headache. Late yesterday evening. So I had to skip a live stream last night. I hated to do that, but man, it was like not wanting to budge. And the only thing I can think of, because my allergies wasn't bothering me in other ways, I think it was just like a tension or stress headache, but it was a lot. And I went to bed early, stayed in bed, and then got up this morning and one of the kiddos had a doctor's appointment and then all the things. And bribery for bribing, you ever okay, put a 1 in the chat if you have ever bribed your children to do things they don't want to do by taking them to a McDonald's afterwards or their favorite fast food place. Anybody? Can somebody put a 1 in the chat so I don't feel like I'm the only one that's ever done that? I know I'm not, but, you know, anybody else? Anybody else say, "You know what? We'll go get" well, when I say McDonald's, Kel, I mean a shake, because he loves him a milkshake, right? He loves him a milkshake. But today, for the first time ever, he had a mocha frap instead of a milkshake because guess what? I'll give you one reason. The ice cream machine was broken, so no milkshake, but uh we got a mocha frap. Yeah, yeah. That was bribery for, blood work and all that jazz. So, anyway, it's been a busy day, busy. I saw that Daybell's sentencing phase has started. I know it started yesterday, but today is supposed to be the first full day. I know the stream was on and started, but was like nothing going on. They were taking their sweet time. So, um, I know that some of the victim impact statements have begun, though. So, today will probably be a bit of an emotional day in the courtroom for Daybell, but thank God those sweet children and Tammy Daybell, Tylee and JJ, and Tammy have sweet justice. So, all right, let's say hey to everybody in the chat. Hey, QB. Yes, please put your DNA all over that thumbs up button. Would appreciate it. We love the likes and the thumbs ups over here. We love it. We love it. Hey, Lauren. Hey, Patricia. Hey, Steph. Working and listening, so I'll be missing out on the chat. No worries. Listen and lurk. Hey, Henny. Kel. Let's see. Gail. Hey, Gail. Morgana. Morgana Banana. Sherry Jones. Hey, Sherry. Hey, everybody. I see lots of ones in the chat, so that makes me happy. He's growing up, right? Mm. And he said one or candy/ice cream. Um, Good deal, Steph. An M&M shake. There you go. They had some techie problems. Okay, QB, good to know. Victim impact statements have been going on. Yep. I'm so excited to finally be here. It was so weird because got home a while ago. It went much later because they were running behind at the doctor's office. And then, of course, McDonald's was a thing, and we had to, pull over and enjoy our lunchy lunch and stuffs. And then um got home and did some of the family things. And now, here, I'm finally getting this stream pulled up. Here we go. Here we go. We got it. Now we're ready. So yeah, I had told Dale, I'm like, okay, 'cause he had to run to town to get, I don't even know. I think some kind of parts for the lawnmower, or I don't know what he had to go do something to do with that. So I was like, well, you go ahead. I'm gonna go in here and start this stream. Cause I miss my peoples. It's so weird when I don't go live in the mornings, It just feels so weird. Ah. Kel says my son's 24. When he helps me, I tell him I'll buy him food. It still works. There you go. See, I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad. Bribery with food. Bribery with food. Um. Oh, and by the way, Inside Out 2 toys are in the Happy Meals. Just a heads up. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and click the play button, and we'll get going on some of these beginnings of the sentencing phase. Morgana says, yeah, same with the daughter, Kel, and she'll be 26 in about 10 days. There you go. Never ends. I mean, you can bribe me. I'm 40 something years old. And so, I mean, you can bribe me with food. I'll do whatever, you know, bribe me with food and coffee. All right. I'm going to click the play button. Are we ready to go? Are we ready? Do we have our Kleenexes? Because I'm sure we're going to have Kleenexes, right? I got my box, QB, thanks to you. I have a box of Kleenex right here beside of me. I've got hot coffee, got a very fresh cup, and ready to get through this. So let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd like to have our jurors brought in, please.
Oh, yum, Kel. That sounds
I'm
delicious.
sorry, we do need to take up one matter outside the presence of the jurors if they're ready. It will take a few moments. Apologies. Okay, we are going to go on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We began a special sentencing proceeding under Idaho's death penalty statute yesterday. At the conclusion of the return of a verdict in this case, the court gave some preliminary instruction to the jurors. They convened for the evening. We're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation. And I have, in a closed sealed hearing, inquired with counsel on a proffer to cover that. However, I also want to go through and determine whether or not there's a knowing and voluntary waiver of that right on the record, and do that outside the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both present mitigation and also a right of allocution that can be exercised at the conclusion of the proceeding before the jury deliberates. Um, there are a couple of instructions that would be provided to the jurors. I'll read an instruction called mitigation, and it reads as follows. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or the sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocution, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. So, Mr. Pryor, I've discussed this with you on the record already, but you have explained the right of mitigation and allocution to your client. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, and I'm also advised then that you do not intend to, despite the preparation of mitigation from your attorney, you don't intend to present that evidence at this hearing. Is that your choice?
That is my choice.
Has anyone coerced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly this morning as you make that choice?
Yes.
Okay, well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell. So thank you for putting that on the record for the court before we brought the jurors in. At this time, then, we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the courtroom, please.
Hey, Lee. Thanks for coming in and taking out the trash and bringing out the snacks. The snacks. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Margaret, we are on. We are here finally. Oh, Margaret said I bought a box of lemonade candy at the drugstore yesterday in honor of yesterday's verdict. I love you so much. I know, Kel, his voice makes me want to vomit. I mean, I'm just going to be honest here. I don't know what in the world drew Lori Vallow to Chad, because there's nothing about him, in my opinion, that is the least little bit um attractive, physically or mentally. Ugh. Ugh. Nothing. Nothing to offer but a lemon face. Lee, I am feeling better today. I went to bed early last
Okay,
night.
thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, Lauren, she sent you the photo. That's so cool. Hmm.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chat Guy Daybell. I understand we are now on the record with the public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time, then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
Will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Kel, I agree. But maybe Lori just knew he would be her little puppet. I believe that. Um, I can't tell if it is or not, but there in the middle, let me kind of like circle. See my arrow, my cursor on the screen? The guy sitting here in the center of the aisle with the white shirt and the black tie and the black dress pants. I'm wondering if that's Colby Ryan. It kind of looks like Colby Ryan to me, which is Lori Vallow's oldest son and Tylee's and JJ's brother. That's who it looks like, but I don't know if it is or not. So I could be way wrong. But anyway, all right. You think it is Margaret? It definitely looks like him. Oh, other chat rooms confirmed it. Okay, good to know. All right. All right. All right. All right. Well, hopefully, maybe he's going to make a victim impact statement. I hope so. All right. I'm going to get back to the play button, mute myself. So let's go.
All right, at this time then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to read you some additional instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read you an instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it. So that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So these instructions are not in any particular order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations, they are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter JJ Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of JJ Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking at all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must indicate on the special verdict form that the state has not proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror must sign the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statements in your deliberations. And my final instruction before we start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we first met during the jury selection process, we spoke with you about what could happen if we got to this phase of the trial. And we spoke with you about some of your thoughts and feelings about if we got to this phase. And we're here. And in that earlier discussion, we talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires in our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction that says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. Murder of JJ Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of JJ Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. That by these murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today. And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators has been proven. And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
Just once more, Judge, may I approach the well?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
I'm so sorry, Margaret. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Henny. Thank you, QB. You guys are awesome sauce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are amazing. Why does Pryor look like he's standing there getting ready to officiate a funeral? I mean, he pretty much is, but Lord have mercy. Hey, any newcomers to the chat, welcome in, welcome in. Come and get you a seat. I hope you have some fresh hot coffee. Or, well, daggone, it's almost 3 Eastern time. If you got something, a little adult beverage, then you go right on for it. This is going to be an emotional ride here this afternoon. I'll probably join for a drink
Thank you.
later this afternoon too. And make sure you got your Kleenexes handy as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Pryor. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a
Hey, Spins.
saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only a unusual trajectory or an unusual or startling event can change that trajectory. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell. I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is
So he keeps Pryor's coming out talking about how Chad Daybell's mother come on the stand and talked about how he's always been such a reserved, meek and mild mannered, kind of guy, trying to play off the nice guy persona or whatever. But keep in mind the old saying about the sheep. Or wait. What is it? What is it? Mm, what is it? The something in wool in sheep's clothing. What is it? Shoot, somebody remind me. The phrase just went poop. Wolf, wolf in sheep's clothing. Yes, 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 yes. There you go. I wanted to say a sheep in a wool in sheep's clothing but it was wolf, not wool. Wolf. Wolf. There we go. There we go. So sorry. My brain is not attached today.
Showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct? Um, yeah. Springville, Utah, small town, was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people. Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved, town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason William talk about that. Tight knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other. And then Chad goes on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much about the LDS faith. Goes off on a mission, comes back. This is not a mission where you gain worldly experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society, things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. This is small town living. And he meets Tammy Douglas, and they get married. And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children, 5 beautiful children, very deep in their faith, very deep in their commitment to family. And we can say maybe Tammy was the driving force in this. Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do.
No, Mr. Pryor, it doesn't. I had 2 amazing parents, but there are people in my chat right now who have basically been the single parent and have very amazing children. Uh-huh. Mm-mm-mm. He just honked off about, I don't even wanna know, probably 75% of whoever's watching right now. No, sir. No, sir.
Do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together. They did all of those things together and built this life. And Chad wrote these books. And again, I told you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about things that interest him. And Jason Gwilliam, Steve Schultz, Emma, Jason talked about Chad and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to, and I cannot remember the words and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason William talked about it, he said, remember this when he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory that bomb that came into his life was a woman who previously had been married 4 times. And that bomb brought chaos to Chad Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids. He doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with relationships, dealing with how to interact with people, maybe being manipulated. And we can argue this all day long. But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man. And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there. And then it all changes. The amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Gwilliam's own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. And when I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you. I said, everything that glitters is not gold. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing.
Okay, I don't know if we're gonna get through this because I can't quit with my words. Talking about that Lori glittered, but she isn't gold. She sparkled in Chad's eye or whatever. It's Tammy should have been the only sparkle in Chad's eye. Okay. I can't, so many words right now. So many words right now. I have so many words. I would like to have the punching bag that was I would if there was a punching bag in whatchamacallits, the other trial we've been watching, Karen Reed, if there was a punching bag in Albert dude's house in the basement, I'd like to have that punching bag right now.
As far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits, and all of these things start cascading, and this thing becomes very complicated and difficult, easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah, who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. And you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. Path's changed. but you judge what's capable in the future by what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, and the small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
Okay, here's he stuck his foot so far in his mouth that he ate his entire body. That's how much of his foot he stuck in his mouth. There's no more prior. He ate the entirety of himself. That's how far he put his foot in his mouth. Yes, Margaret. I don't even uh, my head is about to come up off the top of my shoulders right now. I want to scream and cry and cuss and mm, stupid, stupid, stupid. And I hope that there are single parents on that jury that have raised incredible children by themselves. Because for whatever reason, I can tell you what, I guarantee you that there are bajillions of people out there who have raised their kids single handedly and have never murdered a single nothing. Never even won't even ain't even hurt a mouse, an animal, a fly. I can't. Oh my God. Oh my God. All he's capable of is spreading his weird voodoo and influencing murder, right, Kel? Yes. QB said, I raised 2 beautiful children that I think are pretty daggone amazing. So you, sir, can bite my whole hind end. Yes, QB. Margaret said, what about that cop that the judge didn't let out because of custody? Is he on the jury? Because I feel like that guy they did let go, right? Or maybe maybe not. I don't remember. All right, let's get back to it. I'm gonna have to calm down because feel like my blood pressure just went poof through the roof. Okay, so sorry, so sorry. He is a whole crap. That's right. He's a whole crap.
All right, that'll conclude the opening statements. At this point of the proceedings, then, the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right, at this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state
Oh wow, so they're not gonna put on any witnesses or he's not gonna put on any mitigation witnesses? Seriously? So Pryor is just like basically put a blindfold on him and he's like, yeah, here you go. You know? Is that like put a blindfold on, basically walked him to the plank, you know? Well, I don't know. I'm so confused. Hi, Yella or Yela, or I don't know how to say your name, and I hope that you're not a trolley. I see the PRPR. I don't know if you're trolley poly roly or if you're whatever, but welcome if you're not a troll. QB said, no, it's weird. I guess they figure it's a done deal. I don't know. Not like he had an abusive, horrible life where this was understandable. Not after that speech, right? All right.
State going to do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. You can commence with victim impact statements. The court would note they are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe council has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first impact statement victim.
The state would call Ron Douglas.
Very well.
Oh my God, Gail, that comment. Oh, that just gave me life. Love it. Oh, is this Larry? That's not Larry Woodcock, is it?
Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated so that they are not recording victims in this case.
Is that Larry Woodcock? Oh, hi from Puerto Rico.
I'm
Okay,
also
good
going
deal,
to
good
note and
deal.
reiterate that instruction. These
Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico. Okay, good deal, good deal. Nice to see you. Nice. Hello and welcome, welcome, welcome. I just saw the PRPR and I just was like, oh, maybe this is a trolley person. But welcome. Glad to have you join us. Hello, hello. All right. I don't know if this is Larry Woodcock or not. I couldn't tell. But Gail's comment about he's redecorating Chad's house in his mind, that just gave me all the smiles.
statements are not under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And Mr. Douglas, I'll just let you know, the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you up the best. And my intent, Your Honor, is simply to ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas, that's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Oh, okay. This is Tammy's father. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Well, let's get to it. Hey Joanna, I'm glad for this to be over too. I'm ready for it to be over. It's been a long, long time, and I'm just ready for this to be over with. So get your Kleenexes ready. If you're here in the chat and you're new, thank you for joining. We appreciate it. We're a good little community over here. We love our new folks. So yeah, her dad. Okay. Yep. All right, let's go.
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
Poor sweet man's lost
Your
his
Honor,
wife,
the next victim,
lost his wife, his daughter, and has basically zero relationship with his grandchildren from Tammy. Oh, it's awful, awful, awful.
to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Very well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to JJ Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my step niece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes,
Will you please read that for the jury?
sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief-stricken at speaking about how devastated I am at his loss. I sit here today, try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily. But how do I do that? What words carry the strength and impact to really ensure you feel the joy and love that JJ created and the impact of his death? There aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. The loss of a grandchild is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Kanan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Kanan while I talk about his first year of life because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. From minutes of being born, he was transferred to a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Kanan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat. We'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. And my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and so special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Kanan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband, Larry, who is Pawpaw, asked me to give Canaan to him. He placed Canaan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head until he stopped crying and fell asleep. It became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so Canaan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Canaan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Canaan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it was pretty much guaranteed I would cry. It hurt so badly to see everything he was experiencing, not only from being born prematurely with drugs in his system. The decision was made to place Canaan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision, but knew from our past interactions with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Canaan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what unconditional love. That time was priceless, and his growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best decision for his future. To have siblings and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's steps, ready to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker. I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us, right along with the huge toothless grin. It was clear that he missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, he wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. The connection was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with our sweet little man, and we were always his love, comfort, and safety. It is soul crushing that his energy and adventurous, oh goodness, wait, hang on. I made it a few months before I had to get to my JJ. So in November of 2014, I made my first trip to Hawaii, quickly returning once again in December with Larry. We would visit about every 4 to 5 months because it was such a long trip to Hawaii from Louisiana. One we were happy to make, and we stayed for as long as possible, normally 10 to 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. I remember one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool and he poured in ingredient after ingredient. Can still see him standing next to me, intently pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt he had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. That is just one part of why this causes so much pain. It is a betrayal that can't be explained. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, Cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, and I was blown away. He was brilliant. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him figure it out. But wow, the amount of awe I was in still makes me smile and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant, he could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become. What type of man would he have become? Not only was JJ smart, but he was also fun, a very contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those kisses. Instead, he showed his empathy and compassion with gentle touches and soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if they if he could see they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous tree, playing the drums on buckets, pots, and pans. The joy he exuded and shared can't be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in, and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will for the rest of my life and only have memories. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Tylee was an absolute mama's girl, which there was never a doubt. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. Larry and I were driving to Austin, Texas to visit them on one of many visits, and we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that was a horse complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her. She needed something just for her, and she loved it. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and he loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. That love is displayed in the last photo taken of them together at Yellowstone, both grinning and hugging each other. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one being "Do not enter." As you can assume, even though JJ could read and interpret words and their meanings, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would burst into her room. She would laugh, tease, and tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose just to joke and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. JJ adored our niece, Maddie. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, the huge grin that kids get during the singing hit me like a truck. I took the keys from Larry and went to the car and just bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. It was the moment I knew that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. It was just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love and celebration of his birthday. It is now grief that we are confronted with yearly, a stark and blaring reminder that we are never going to be able to celebrate that joy with him again. We never know when one of those moments will hit, but I can tell you there have been too many situations in the past few years where we were slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone. JJ loved school, loved his families, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy, Brandon Boudreaux's oldest son. Those two had such a special bond and love for each other. There were so many lives he touched that feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. 4 of our grandchildren, near JJ's age, often tell us how they love and miss him. It is heartbreaking to have a conversation with an 11 or 12-year-old. How do you make them feel okay about it or safe? So yes, this is our life now, trying to comfort our other grandchildren while they try to comfort us. The constant question remains, who would he have become? What kind of man would he have been? Would he be a famous scientist with incredible math skills? Would he be what would this amazing what would his amazing imagination have bloomed into? Would he have been the next Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Tim Burton, Elon Musk? We will never know. But we do know how incredibly special he was to us and now to countless others just by looking around this room. I can't express just how much I wish I could have more time to create memories with him and with Charles. There's a hole in my heart, in the hearts of every member of my family, that can never be filled and will remain for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was tough. That was sweet and tough.
All right, thank you. The state can call its next victim for an impact statement.
Next, we'll have Matthew Douglas, Your Honor.
Very well.
Mm.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
It's Matthew Ronald Douglas, Douglas.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you
Okay.
very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here to talk about today?
I'm here to talk about my sister Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, in my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight and having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. Often, minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, it has been a nightmare that you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister, something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed. And at the time, not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further. Like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented, the details big and small, many I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. The chain of events more clearly than I need rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. Because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, there's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families, or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain and the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year, just a little over a week away from now. It'll be a year on June 8th, as she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day, when she went into the hospital for the last time and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today, and by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society, but it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly. This isn't a place of grievances, but to explain the impact losing your sibling's heart and glue has. When masks come off and people are so true and real to themselves, for better or worse, that some recognize that things aren't healthy and it's time to fix that. It's painful creating boundaries with people in your life. Yet you're really raised to believe you should fight like hell to protect and love dearly. But it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to who me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy to. I have kids. Close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family. For me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. As I've seen yours hurt with ours over Tammy. We've been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You guys, that was, oh my God. That was so much. That was so much. That was so much. All right. I knew this was going to be an emotional day. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family, in his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's soul girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, she would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted, and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix. Sorry. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts, so I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. And we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just wasn't meaningful. She was exacting, just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lola went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, she was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her. There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it. It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold, that brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since learning more about her story, even up to that point, I completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. Excuse me. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever angry or disrespectful in any way toward me, and I was there less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I planned to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter, who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from this celebratory event. I had imagined, excuse me, as her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, excuse me, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. So I tried to do the same thing, but kind of tamped down and on the DL. I would just look at the TV and comment at something outrageous, like, what? That's wild. So we were both just kind of yelling at the TV. Whether it was a connection or not, it at least made watching TV a lot more fun. But then this one time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, was that a drive-by hugging? I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, will Annie be here when I wake up? Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her. She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand.
Sure.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
That's a great quote. I like that a lot. When she was talking about that she would make noises at the TV just as a way to somehow interact with JJ, that made my heart so happy. That made my heart so happy. I'm going to speed it through this sidebar just because, yeah. Are you guys doing okay in the chat? The wheels of justice turn slow, but grind exceedingly fine. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, we love you, Margaret. Ah, Margaret. Yeah, we're glad you fell into this little family over here. We love you. I'm trying to speed through this.
Through their life. Never
Well, they have the microphones turned off or what?
something that I can never reconcile. That is the impact on them. An impact that will echo.
Do we know who this is? Do we know who this is? Because they had the microphone off. Oh, okay, Margaret. Got it. Thank you.
Through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken. I have always been so grateful I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsey. Tammy was truly my sister. And I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews. However, the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of our relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. The toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed. Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling, we've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
All right, if the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife, Kelsey, and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage, having trust that was built over decades of family time, completely broken, does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
Honor, could we approach?
Yes. Going some time at this point. In lieu of lunch, however, we do just want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
Hey, Mickey Joe. Okay, I'm gonna scooch on past this break. All right, let's go from here.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jurors are lined up, so we'll go ahead and remain standing, please, if we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
All right. Freeze off President Counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along at this time. I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated, and we are continuing with victim impact statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes.
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes.
Would you like to read that now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me. Very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build. Ugh.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them, or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to, or have a family of her own. Or find herself in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world, or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha Gwilliam.
Very well. Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
And do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I have never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I can find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. Two more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom, and especially a grandma. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with one grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very well, does the state have another victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Douglas.
Okay. You can inquire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Douglas.
And are you related to a victim in this matter?
I am
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call and I looked down to see Samantha's name. And I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I'd received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie, encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. And never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so, and held a family service. I then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. I remember where I was, what I was doing, and the exact feeling of
Oh, please no. Please don't let this be so. My heart sank, and I said to my mom, Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters. Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. The stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found. I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that my doctor prescribed something he'd only done 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did not sleep for 6 weeks. The nightmare fodder that I have been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of win. None to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. People that have known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us, but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow-motion train crash these past 4.5 years. Watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive. We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye.
to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this. Because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself. I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy, and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds afflicted upon us. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution? Very well. That will conclude the submission of evidence and the right of allocution in this proceeding. The next issue the court will take up then is briefly reviewing the final instructions that will be given to the jurors, as well as a verdict form before they retire for deliberation. We do need to take a moment to review those with counsel outside of the presence of the jurors. They are prepared, so I don't think this will be an extensive break, but we will take a break here for the court to go through jury instructions with counsel. Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time.
Every single one of those victim impact statements, every single one of them were gut wrenching. And
Thank you. Please be seated.
had sat right there, dry eyed through the entire thing.
Counsel, the court has submitted for your review sentencing phase jury instructions. The court's already read several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner of which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions that have not been read to the jurors would include instruction as labeled number 5, instruction number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 16, and we've got 14 and 15 is the order I'll be reading those in, and a proposed verdict form. So before I give these instructions to the jurors, I do want to have counsel an opportunity to indicate whether or not on the record there are any objections to the form of instructions. The court would note the Supreme Court just recently approved new criminal jury instructions for this sentencing phase, and the court has incorporated those wherever it was practical to do so, and they were not in conflict with any previous given construction or instructions. So from the state then, I'm not sure who would address the court here. Is it Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the court's proposed instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have you also reviewed the verdict form?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to the form in which these are going to be submitted to the jurors?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review the proposed instructions in the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the instructions, is there any objection to which these have been drafted by the court?
Judge, this has been objected, and I'm just going to make this a verbal objection, and that's going to be that the court applied the standard of reasonable doubt that you chose to apply based on a previous instruction to the jury before the Supreme Court came out with these decisions. However, the Supreme Court has noted that the instructions are to be applied immediately. And just I'm making this a verbal objection to preserve the record that the firmly convinced language of reasonable doubt is what I anticipated and expected to be included in not only the original instructions to the jury, but now the sentencing instructions. And I'll just make that a verbal objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Are there any other objections on the form of instructions or on the verdict form?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pryor, on that objection, I've considered that previously in the trial for the reason that we had already given the jurors a instruction defining reasonable doubt, and I didn't want to change midstream that definition, whether in this proceeding or in the course of the trial. I've stuck with the instruction that's been used in Idaho for a long time. I have considered your objection. I am going to overrule that objection, and so the instructions that the court's proposed now are going to be provided. We'll give the jurors courtesy copies. There will be one original copy for them to take with them, as well as an original verdict form. We're going to get those jury instructions distributed at this time just on the juror seats. They'll be able to read along, and then I'll read through final instructions. And then if the parties have closings, you can take those up next. All right, if those have been distributed, then we can have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record, the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this special sentencing proceeding. I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original set of instructions for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested exceptional depravity. It might be thought that every murder involves depravity. However, exceptional depravity exists only where depravity is apparent to such an extent as to obviously offend all standards of morality and intelligence. The terms especially heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16. The state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts, without more, cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but you are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A life sentence without possibility of parole under Idaho law means that a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented, when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state, are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted for the jury foreperson as well. And the jury foreperson is to remain as the same foreperson that had that role during the guilt phase of the trial. So counsel, at this time, then that concludes the court's instructions to the jurors. If the state would like to begin with a closing, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may have use of the HDMI.
Yes. Ms. Blake, I'll just inquire on the record, but are there going to be any graphic images in this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, labeling someone dark, lowering their death percentage, marking them for death. What is the appropriate measure of justice? On August 12th of 2019, Lori switched Tylee's Social Security payments to go into her sole, meaning Lori's sole, BBVA account. The first payment was deposited on August 28th of 2019. Less than 2 weeks later, Tylee was dead. On September 18th of 2019, Lori received the first payments associated with the Social Security that she and JJ were receiving because of Charles' death. Just 5 days later, JJ Vallow was dead. Lori found out that she was not going to get the $1 million life insurance policy on Charles around July 11th of 2019, and she messaged Chad to let him know that. But remember what she told Chad, I'll still get the $4,000 in Social Security. On September 8th of 2019, Tammy's life insurance was increased.
Sorry, guys, I had my head down, like full on hardcore cross stitching. I mean, I was listening intently, but I have struggle with being able to concentrate while I read your comments at the same time. So I'm like, okay, head down, cross stitch, listen, right? But I stopped for a second to catch your all's comments, and wow. I just got to read some of these a little bit. Hold on, let me. QB's like, yep, all those things. Can we vote now? And the Ted Bundy comment, Steph, that you made, and I know these were like 15 minutes ago, but the comment about Ted Bundy, I know you're talking about where he says the one instruction about whether they have an affinity for, killing. So I know that's because I felt the same way when he said that, but ugh, he's gonna be a dead translated bean. I love that you call them translated beans. That cracks me up. And Morgana's comment says he needs to take his portal potty all the way to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Kel, I wonder how long they'll take as well. Mickey says 2 hours or less is going to be her guess. I don't know. Enough for a smoke break. uh, Nikki said, Steph, I guarantee it if it would be acceptable. Patricia says, I agree, Mickey. I think they just need enough time to vote and fill out the paperwork. Ugh. The beans are what gets them to the portal potty, right? The translated beans in the portal potty. All right, let's get back to it. I just wanted to, you know, it's getting closer to the stiff drink time for me. I'm not even gonna lie. All right, let's go.
Chad signed off on that application. Tammy was dead just a little over a month later, while the attempted shooting was almost 1 month to the day that she upped her life insurance. Remember, the multiple messages relaying the plan is for Chad and Lori to be together, alone on a beach, unencumbered by telestial obstacles. Unencumbered by earthly obstacles. Chad formed the plan. That plan included manipulating those around him to ensure that he could end up on a tropical island with Lori Vallow, who eventually became Lori Vallow Daybell. She was a woman that he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. But in order to fund a new lifestyle, living on a tropical island and spending all your time with your new goddess lover, how do you fund that lifestyle? And how do you remove the obstacles to getting there? First, Chad taught others that he could determine whether someone was dark and or possessed. Second, he taught others that if someone was possessed or too dark, then the body had to be destroyed or die to free the person. Third, he started teaching those around him that he could determine death percentages. Essentially, this meant that Chad could mark someone for death and determine when it was their time to go. He exhibited that power to those around him. He exhibited that power of his self-proclaimed visions to those who believed him and followed him. When we talk about if the murders were committed for remuneration or financial gain, the defendant received $430,000 in life insurance money after Tammy's death, money that was used to fund his life in Hawaii with Lori. Lori continued to receive the Social Security payments from the kids whose bodies were hidden on Chad's property so that they could continue to receive those Social Security payments. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. What else could these murders be? Tylee, unknown cause of death, because of her body being burned so severely, there were charred bones, remains in a melted green bucket. JJ, cause of death, plastic bag, asphyxiation by a plastic bag over his head. Not only that, but he had tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, tape around that bag, his arms duct taped from elbow to elbow, and then placed in a black garbage bag. He also had scratches on his neck, and you saw the last known video of JJ. Those scratches don't appear to be there. Tammy, cause of death by asphyxiation, manner, homicide. Tammy killed in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. Her life extinguished. By the murder, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Tylee was only 16 years old. JJ only 7 years old. Tammy, a 49-year-old mother of 5. The mother of the defendant's kids. It didn't matter the age of the victim or who relied on them and loved them. If they were in the way of Chad and his plan, and or if there was money to be gained for Lori and Chad, those individuals were marked for death. The defendant, by prior conduct or conduct in the murder at hand, has exhibited a potential to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, 3 victims killed, all at different times. Again, the defendant determining who was possessed, determining the death percentages, and once again, the defendant determining when it was their time to go. And Alex Cox believing and trusting Chad 100%. Alex said shortly before his death, "I am worried I am going to be their fall guy." Another statement he made, "Either I am a man of God or I am not." Lori, when asked about believing Chad, "If Chad is a Satan, he sure is a good one." Chad told more people than just Lori and Alex about people being dark. You heard of other people that were labeled as dark by Chad, including 12-year-old kids. The only difference is it was only those that stood in his way of his plan or who there was going to be financial gain from that ended up dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you will decide what justice is. At every stage of the development of the plan that resulted in the death of Tylee and her body being burnt with parts still missing, the death of JJ wrapped in plastic bags and duct tape and discarded in Chad's yard, the death of Tammy Daybell, who had her ability to breathe, to live, suppressed. Tylee was last seen on September 8th of 2019. JJ was last seen on September 22nd of 2019. Then Tammy was discovered deceased in her home October 19th, 2019.
My name is Tammy Daybell.
At any point between these deaths, the defendant could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued to rate people as dark and zombies. He continued to determine death percentages, and he continued to move forward with his plan to ensure that he was on a beach with Lori Vallow, unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to consider what is just in this case in rendering your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, the defense may present a closing if you wish, Mr. Pryor.
Question to,
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the indictment in this case. And the indictment accused Chad Daybell of espousing religious beliefs. And if you go back and look at the indictment, it talks one of the overt acts was espousing the religious beliefs to justify a killing. One of the other overt acts is that they claim that Chad did a south-southwest wind direction. And if you look back at the indictment, you'll see that all of the other overt acts, every one of them dealt with, as far as JJ and Tylee are concerned, dealt with actions by Lori Vallow. When we talk about remuneration, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Let's talk about Joseph Ryan. Before Chad ever knew Lori Vallow, the plan was set for Joseph Ryan and Lori to collect the insurance, the life insurance proceeds. The plan was already in place before Chad was ever even in the picture. And then we get the plan with Charles Vallow. And then I know I spoke to you at the time of my closing about Chad Daybell and the insurance for, that Lori was claiming to get on Chad. if, you know, you've made your decision, but if you look at the indictment, the allegations with Chad Daybell are not about remuneration or money. The allegations with Chad Daybell were allegedly religious beliefs and espousing religious beliefs. And the time we spent on the screen was about religious beliefs that he claimed to have had and that he espoused. This had nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. The insurance on Tammy Daybell, the 300,000 was set in 2002. And the state cannot allege that in 2002, Chad Daybell had some plan to collect insurance. When you look at the documents of the upping in the insurance, Tammy Daybell upped her insurance because it was relatively cheap. But the reason Chad Daybell signed that document and signed off is because he was also getting $20,000 insurance. And the only reason he had to sign was because if you listen to what the real estate or the insurance folks said, is if he's getting insurance as well on himself, he has to sign. This has nothing to do with money. You found that there was murders. And I want you to read the statute and the direction and the directions and what the judge has presented to you as what you have to find in terms of atrocious conduct. And the judge specifically said there that if you find that there was a murder, that's not enough. You have to go beyond bounds of human decency. And if you look back at this case, if you recall, Chad Daybell was never present for the actual murder of Tylee Ryan. Chad Daybell was never present. There were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. And whether you believe or not that Chad Daybell suffocated Tammy Daybell, and it's as tragic as that is, that doesn't reach the heinous, atrocious conduct that's defined by what the judge is instructing you. And at this point, folks, I'm going to ask you to find that there was no conduct that rose to the level that the state is trying to present at this point. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the closing of the defense. Does the state wish to present any brief rebuttal closing?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. That'll conclude the special sentencing proceeding then. In terms of presentation of evidence and argument, the next matter then is the jurors will again retire to deliberate on these questions posed to them in these proceedings. I am going to, although already sworn again for the special proceeding, I'll have the bailiffs who will be holding the jurors during the deliberations. If you'd please come forward, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you in terms of the deliberation. So Madam Clerk, if you would please do that at this time.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the bailiffs here. The court will note, of course, that's the original 12 jurors who returned the verdict in this case that will further deliberate on this. And for the alternates, we very much appreciate your continued patience while we work through these processes. At this time then, if all will rise, we'll begin deliberations.
All right.
All right, we'll be in recess.
All right. So it is live. Let me see how far back that was when they went into recess. About an hour and 15 minutes ago. So it's, let's see, what time is it here? 5:15. So it's 3:15 p.m. there. So yeah, pretty much a verdict watch. Well, I mean, in the sentencing phase anyway, right? I guess we should do a poll. Let's do a poll. Hold on a second. Let me view it on YouTube. Hold on a second. If you haven't gave the video a thumbs up yet, would love for you to do that. Please give the video a thumbs up. Let's see. I have to wait for the chat to load here, and then I can make a poll. As soon as that's ready. It always takes it a minute. Morgana says the jury should come back and say, Mr. Daybell, we have determined you are dark and you need to go. You think they'll decide today, Miss King? I don't know. Maybe. They may be like, you know what? It's the weekend. It's Friday. Let's get this did and over with. DoorDash took forever to find us because their GPS sucks. Ooh, so you DoorDash Taco Bell? Wow. All right, start a poll. Hold on, let me move some things around here on my desk. I got myself into a little mess here. Hold on. Hold on. I like that, Morgana. Oh, Lord. She said his storm has turned into a drizzle. The storm. The drizzle. All right. So hold on. Let me write the question. Okay. All right. Starting the poll right now. And answer, like, when you answer like 100% what you really feel like. Not what you think or what you hope will happen, but what you think will happen. What you think will happen. Morgana's comments are killing me. You guys have voted. Steph says, I voted hoping to manifest it into existence. Trying to catch up. Margaret says, I think he's going to the chamber. Mm-mm. Well, here's what we're going to do, because I'm going to go take a look at oh, and Michelle Traconis's sentencing is today too. I wonder what she got. Mm. Mm. Okay, here's the press conference. I want to I want to watch this. This was for yesterday. Let me pause it. Let me share this tab, make it big. All right, so here is QB says, do you want to know? Do I want to know what? Do I want to know what, QB? Oh, Traconis. Yeah. If you watched it or you already heard, yeah. I mean, you can send it to me privately because I don't know if anybody else in here, I don't want anybody else in here to be like spoiled. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I mean, at least maybe she will still be alive. And QB's like, too late. Mm. Hmm. All right. I'm going to play this. QB, it doesn't bother me. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. Let me hit play on this because I saw the press conference, like them waiting for the press conference to start yesterday or last night, but I didn't watch it because, like I said, my head was busting and I just wanted to lay down. So we can go ahead and watch it now. But this was yesterday, the press conference after the verdict came down. So let's see, because Margaret said that Larry was really emotional. And it'd be good to hear from him for this anyway, because he didn't make a victim impact statement, which I am surprised at. But let's check this out. I don't know who these people are, but I remember that this is the part that I watched yesterday was when all these people start filing out and you hear kind of a small woo, but I don't know who these people are. I don't know who these peoples are.
One year later, 1 year, a guilty verdict. It's not over. We're able to breathe. It's a sad day. JJ would have been 12 years old, guys. For what? For what? What has been accomplished by the murder of Charles, a good man, a wonderful man, a great father? Tylee, a young lady that had everything in her life ahead of her. She was beautiful, witty, amazing, intelligent. My little man, Canaan, Todd, Trahan, Joshua, Jackson, Vallow, a 7-year-old autistic child. For what? What did they accomplish? Nothing. What did they do? They destroyed families. Tammy, what did they do? They destroyed a mind that was developing minds, the wonderful minds of children. She loved what she was doing. It's obviously she loved her family. For what? And I'm not going to even put up the 3 words that the prosecution put on the screens because it's an insult to all of them. I don't even want to say them. But what Chad and Lori can't take from us is our memories. They can't take that. They can't destroy it. They can't erase it. Our memories are what we have. That's what we have left, our memories. Our pictures will fade somewhat. Our memories will fade a little bit. But I think through it all, we will all retain the wonderful memories of what we had and what we lost. I'm happy it's over. And it's 99.9% over. There's one stage left. And I will say this, whatever verdict, whatever sentence the court and the jurors decide on, I will absolutely live with it. I want to thank the jurors. I hope they get help if they need it. They've heard and they've seen things that they can't unhear and they can't unsee. I've seen the photographs. I had to put my hands on JJ in those photographs. I put my hands on Tammy's arms in those photographs. Those photographs and those bruises were made by these. It was not books. It was not falling down. I seen them. I studied them. Tammy, I hope you're teaching kindergarten. I hope you're providing wonderful books to the children. JJ, you're 12 years old. JJ, Papa loves you. JJ, I miss you. But JJ, I will see you one day. Tylee, I hope you have grown to be a beautiful woman. I hope you get and you make everything you wanted to be of yourself. The Lord is with y'all. He is protecting y'all. Judge Boyce, I can't imagine a finer judge to be before in this case than Judge Boyce. I don't think there's one appealable speck of evidence. Prosecution done a mighty job. One piece at a time. They laid the foundation. They spoke well. They spoke clearly. Thank y'all. Mr. Pryor, I want to thank you. I thought you did an admirable job. You had a job to do. I told you years ago, I wanted you to do the best you could. I told all the defense attorneys, do the best you can. That's all we ask. Do the best for your clients. One of the last things, I want to thank the media. The media has been amazing. No one in the media, almost no one in the media, has been out of place. A couple that were a little bit out of place, they're not here. This is not what this is about. The media is here to produce a product that justifies everybody. The media has done an outstanding job. I want to thank every one of you. Lastly, the audience that has been here months, day in, day out, away from their home, some away from their children. They go home, and I hope every one of these gentlemen and ladies that have children, you go home, you hug your children. Take lots of photographs. If I had a do-over for the last 5 years, I'd have taken 1 million photographs. Nobody ever anticipates that we're going to lose somebody. Nobody is guaranteed tomorrow. We all know that. Nobody is guaranteed tomorrow. Hug who you want to hug. Tell who you want to tell you love them. Tell them that. Be honest. Just be truthful. And most of all, guys, let's just do the right things. If you see something that's not right, say something. Don't be afraid to speak up. Let's be kind to the people that surround us. Let's be loving to the people that love us. Thank y'all. And turn out the lights. The party's over. Questions? 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 I forgot to breathe. I did. I realized that I wasn't breathing. I had quit breathing. And I said to myself, you got to breathe. Our wonderful friend Lauren said, do your deep breathing exercise. I did. That's where I forgot to breathe. I was praying. I was praying for a just verdict, and we got it. I think it's Chad. I think it's how he deals with his issues. I feel sorry he can't cry. I feel sorry for him that he can't show emotion. As y'all all know, there's not one person here in this wonderful crew of people that we have called family that I don't want to hug. I don't offer a hug. I don't offer a handshake. It's sad when you can't do that. For what? I think if he'd learned to have done that, maybe none of this would have happened. Show emotion. Tell people you love them. Don't be afraid to not to. One of the last things I want to tell you, we would have never made We would have never made this without each other. I want y'all to know this is the strongest lady on earth. One of these days, she's going to cry. She hadn't done it in a long time. It's over with. We're going to go back home to Louisiana in the near future. We're going to take our time getting there because we need to stop and smell some roses for a while. We need a chance to look at this beautiful state, this beautiful country. The states that are in between here and Louisiana. Are we?
I don't know. We haven't made decision yet.
Oh, okay. She's a boss. I just talk and show up. Yes. Somewhere. Where do I know? When do I know? No. Like I said, Kate just says, "Hey, let's go here." I said, "Oh, okay, let's go." There's some people that I'd like to call out. Lauren, you and Dr. John, I don't know what we'd have done without you. My little man Banks, he made my heart heal. I love him so much. I look out here and I'm amazed that y'all are willing to stand up out in this sun and let this old man talk and not say, "That's enough. Y'all shut up. Shut up, old man." But I thank every one of y'all. There's so many that I want to call out. So many friends we've made. They're not friends. Y'all aren't friends anymore. Y'all are our family. And if you ever come to South Louisiana, Shy, I'm going to feed you some crawfish and some etouffee. Thank y'all so much.
Hey, Lisa. That was really good. Really, really good. There was something else I wanted to watch is mm, okay, yeah, this is it. Here we go. Let me share this page. You got that? Here we go. All right. I don't know that we've ever watched this together, but this is Lori Vallow's sentencing. Kind of feel like it's a little hi, she says. I feel like it's a little I don't know, timely to watch it. So during Lori's trial, there were no cameras allowed in the courtroom. we only got audio, but the audio only came through like like after the day was over. So pretty much everybody was like a day behind on the actual court proceedings. It was, I mean, it was what it was, you know, I'd rather have audio than nothing at all, right? But they actually did allow a camera in, and they live streamed when Lori was being sentenced. So, Judge Boyce is here on the bench, and we can watch that. I still have the let's see, it would be 3:45 Mountain Time right now. So I still have the feed up, and it is still are you okay? Did you hurt your knee? Yeah. Oh. You gonna make it? Yeah. Okay. Good deal. I'm so sorry. Hold on a second. There was a comment that someone in here said, where did it go? Someone in the comment section said, perhaps the chinless grave digger dug his own grave. Sorry, I thought that was funny. That was on the live stream. On the live stream in here on the sentencing for Chad Daybell. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure that it was still live, and I was wanting to make sure I hadn't missed anything. All right, let me make that big again. Shoot, I hit the wrong button. Hold on, you guys. I'm getting myself all kerbobbled over here. Hold on. Let me. Share screen. There it is. Share. All right. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and start this. Yeah, this is very interesting. Very, very interesting. And like I said, I think it's the perfect timing. So let's watch this one.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're going on the record now in this case. Let me first confirm through our tech people, is the matter being live streamed and is the feed working properly? We get a confirmation on that. Presume it is. Madam Court Reporter, are you ready? All right. Okay, and I just got a confirmation as well that the matter is being broadcast per the court's order. This is case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Marine Vallow, Fremont County case. This is the time scheduled for sentencing today. The defendant is here appearing in person along with her attorneys, Jim Archibald and John Thomas. The state's represented by Rob Wood, Rachel Smith, and Lindsay Blake. At this time, I do want to inquire of counsel from the state who will be making the sentencing recommendation today.
I will, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. And for the defense, who's going to be making the sentencing recommendation?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thomas, thank you. Couple of preliminary matters before we get started with the substance of the sentencing hearing. Court would first note there is a conduct order that's been entered in this proceeding. governing this courtroom. The court is live streaming the hearing today. However, for those in attendance, there's no provision to allow any type of recording, either audio or video in this proceeding. So that's prohibited. In addition, the court requires that any electronic devices be turned off or put in a silent mode. If any cell phones or other devices go off and cause any disruption during the proceedings, they'll be taken by the bailiffs in this case. And also, the court would note as part of the conduct order, there's a prohibition against any kind of disruptive behavior. So no outbursts or other types of acts will be tolerated in this sentencing hearing. We'll maintain order as we did throughout these proceedings in this case and throughout the trial as well. So I appreciate all of the presence of our bailiffs here to enforce the order. And I would ask the compliance of all those in attendance to follow carefully those admonishments in the court's order. Another matter I'll bring up as we start for the sentencing hearing over last week on Friday and through the weekend, there were some motions filed. There was an objection to the pre-sentence report and a motion to strike victim impact statements. The court took up the pleadings of those, and given the timing and without adequate time to respond and have a hearing, the court went through the matters. And
So, Ms. King, that was a good question. Ms. King says, why did they allow Chad's trial to be live streamed but not Lori's? So they decided not to. They didn't want cameras in the trial, I think, just because it was such a big, like, very public, you know what I mean? And so I think that they felt like it would be better to not have it live streamed. Well, one of the pre-trial hearings that they had, they discussed that for Chad's trial. And they decided to go ahead and do it. There were a few arguments about why they wanted to have it done. One was because there was a lot of family that lived out of state that wanted to be able to watch without having to travel, for one thing. And then also, there was so I remember someone, I can't remember who she was, but it was someone that came in and basically just talked about how it's more transparent, and that people, the courthouses across the country are doing it more and more and more. And so after consideration, he finally said, yeah, I think it would be a good idea to do it. So that's why they did it. Let me see. Lisa says, if my text messages sound weird, that's because I'm driving and I'm speaking to my phone. It has a mind of its own. No worries. I know how that is. All right. I'm going to click play on this and we'll get back to this real quick.
issued orders on both of those motions. So I consider them resolved, but let me just confirm with counsel. Mr. Wood, did the state receive copies of the court's orders pertaining to those two motions?
Yes, we did.
All right. And Mr. Thomas, did the defense receive those orders as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. All right, we'll commence then with the sentencing hearing today. I'll go through some procedural history of the case first. Ms. Vallow, at the time of your arraignment in this case, which was on April 19th, 2022, you were informed that an indictment had been filed against you by the state of Idaho, charging you with the following crimes: 2 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and grand theft by deception, 2 counts of first-degree murder, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and 1 count of grand theft. At the time of your arraignment, you were advised of the potential penalties involved with those charges, your constitutional rights, your plea options, and the legal consequences of exercising each of those options. You pled not guilty to the charges. Later, during trial, an amended indictment was filed by the state. A jury trial in your case took place in Ada County, Idaho, with jury selection beginning March 27th of this year, 2023. And as I mentioned, during the trial, an amended indictment had been filed. The case was submitted to the jury for their deliberations on May 11th of this year, and on May 12th, the jury returned their verdict, finding you guilty of the following counts of that amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. And count 6, grand theft. After you were found guilty by a jury of your peers, the sentencing hearing was scheduled. Pursuant to Idaho law, the court then ordered the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report, which will be referred to throughout this proceeding as a PSI. And the courts considered that report for sentencing today. The court did order a full PSI, which would include orders for a behavioral health assessment, a mental health examination, substance abuse assessment, and all pursuant to Idaho Code 1925-24. However, you chose not to participate in the pre-sentence process, so much of that information that could have been included for my consideration in the report has not been included. I've received and I have carefully reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report, and a copy of that report was provided to both the state and the defendant through her attorney. I'll ask the state at this time then, was the state able to review the PSI?
Yes, we were.
Mr. Wood, in that report, and I know it's a voluminous report, 430 pages, but were there any sections or parts of the report that you believe need to be clarified or corrected after your review?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, there were multiple victim impact statements submitted with that report. We don't usually comment on those, but just for purposes of the record, in one of those victim impact statements, there was reference made to Tammy Daybell dying by a pillow. On the record, for the purposes of the record, the state has no evidence that that happened that way. There was also reference to that we don't know whether or not the defendant was there at Tammy Daybell's death. And just for purposes of the record, and as it was shown in trial, we are aware she was not at the location Tammy Daybell was murdered. She was in Hawaii. Again, our concern, we just wanted to be clear for purposes of the record so that an allegation could not be made down the road that the state had provided evidence or information to victims that we had not, one, that wasn't true, or two, hadn't been provided to the defense.
All right, regarding those statements, then the court would most likely strike those from the record based on those comments. Court would also note in ruling on motions over the weekend, I further ordered stricken certain parts of victim impact statements. Mr. Thomas, any objection to me striking those comments in those statements?
Your Honor, Mr. Archibald is going to address this portion if that's okay with the court.
Very well, Mr. Archibald.
We've reviewed the court's order striking portions of those victim impact statements. We do not object to the court ordering those stricken.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. So back to you, Mr. Wood. Could you clarify with some specificity where those specific comments were located? And the court will go through and what they would refer to as redlining. I'll line those out in the final PSI that gets submitted into the case file.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. They were contained in Ms. Hoban's PSI, or I'm sorry, victim impact statement. And if the court would like, I can find the page number of that.
I think just to reference for the record, if you could reference the page number, then I will go in and redline those revisions to the report before it's finalized.
It is in the third full paragraph on, or full third paragraph on page 2.
Okay, the court sees those comments as mentioned in the third paragraph of page 2.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I didn't realize, I thought that was going to get straight into the sentencing. And then I realized, I'm like, what are they doing? This video is like 3.5 hours long. No, 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 no. We're not doing that. We want to get to the good stuff. I had to step away out of the room for a minute to grab something for the kiddo. And then I'm like, what are they talking about? I don't know what they're talking about.
Your consequences are before you.
Oh, okay. Now there are some victim impact statements. These are to Lori.
It's concluded then making its recommendations. Let me confirm with counsel then too, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald. After your review.
The court's order striking portions of those victim impact statements. We do not object to the court ordering that those.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Archibald. So back to you, Mr. Wood. Could you clarify with some specificity where those it's concluded then making its recommendations, Mr.
New marriage exactly 2 weeks.
Victims, if they do wish to speak, will speak at the podium over to my left. And I'll note that that is not being filmed for this proceeding, so it won't be shown on the video. That's how the court's arranged the courtroom.
Look
just
at
so
Lori
council
sitting
knows.
over here.
So, Mr.
All
Wood, if you'd like
cute
to
seat though, so
either
she
read a
thinks
comment or have
between
the
her
first
two
victim speak, you can do that now.
attorneys.
Before I do that, Your Honor, I did neglect to say that Samantha Gwilliam will also be reading into the record the statement of her father, which was included in the PSI if the court permits.
All right, the court will so permit that on your request.
And with that, then we would ask that Samantha be allowed to make her statement now.
Very well. Ms. William, then if you'd like to come forward and you can provide your statement at that lectern right in front of you. Please state your name for the record as you begin.
My name is Samantha Gwilliam. Do you want me to do my father's after mine or do it before mine?
It's up to you.
I'm going to read his first. This is what my father wrote. His name is Ronald Douglas. He is writing on behalf of myself and my now deceased wife. I would like to share thoughts about the impact of the actions of Lori Vallow on our family. Tammy's death was unexpected and had a profound impact on all of us. We were barely into our recovery process when we learned of Chad's new marriage exactly 2 weeks after losing Tammy. We had no knowledge of missing children until we were visited by law enforcement officers and informed of Tammy's disinterment and autopsy. The drama began to unfold and the reason for the quick burial became apparent. Over the course of the following months, the ensuing revelations of deceit and intrigue caused extreme emotional stress on my wife, Phyllis. We became estranged from the Daybell children and began losing the close relationships we had with them. I'm sure they feel awkward about their father's actions and how Tammy's death was affecting us. We value them as grandchildren and want to keep them close to us. While Phyllis was already battling her leukemia of over 30 years, the emotional stress of this drama seemed to accelerate her declining health. Her remaining months of life were full of strain and heartache. Lori entered Chad's life long before we were aware of any interaction between them. In retrospect, we see that Chad was living a double life and the bonds of his family were being eroded due to his involvement with Lori. The eternal ramifications of her actions are yet to be calculated. Lori needs to pay for her actions according to the laws of mortals. She will still answer according to the laws of God when she passes from this life. Ron Douglas. This is my statement. Over the last few years, I've often thought about what I would ever say to you, Lori. I've often thought about what my sister would have said too. The minute I found out that Chad had quickly remarried after the death of my most beloved sister, Tammy, it confirmed what I had always felt. You see, the minute I received the phone call that she had died, I knew something had happened to her, but I didn't know why I would feel that way. So when we were told by Chad that he had married you and that had happened 2 weeks after Tammy had been buried, my heart knew. I researched you like any true woman would to find out who you were. What did I find? Lies. Everything about you that you tried to tell others is a lie.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. I don't believe this falls within the statute or within the Idaho Constitution or within Idaho's versus Payne.
All right, Mr. Thomas, your objection's noted. It's overruled. The court will be able to consider and ferret out these statements and properly consider what's in the record. You can continue,
Thank
Ms.
you.
William.
We asked, what's her name? Colby Ryan. Well, that was a lie. That was 2 husbands ago. So as I searched, what happened to your previous husband? She told us that he died from a heart attack. Lie. He died from being shot. I asked, are there children? I was told we will be empty nesters. That's a lie. The police ask us about missing children. You answered, the children aren't missing. They're safe and happy. It's a lie. Your children, your poor children were dead and buried on Chad's property, and my sister was told was sick and her health was failing. Well, that was a lie. I had seen her with my own eyes 2 weeks prior. She was very healthy. We have to go through her being disinterred and having an autopsy done. Was glad to get some answers and some truth after so many lies. But to find out what we knew in our hearts all along, she had been murdered by those who saw her as an obstacle to a plan. Planned her murder just as much as you planned the murders of your own children and your previous husband. Why? Why plan something so heinous? You had an affair with a married man. You lied to yourself by what is okay to sneak behind the backs of your spouses. You are not exalted beings, and your behavior makes you ineligible to be one. But why pick Chad? He was an average guy, and you had married several men before him. He made you feel special and singled out. You tell yourself that you were high spiritual beings who have lived lives together through time. You felt powerful. This is too is a lie. But Chad has no real wealth. How will you live? You can easily have divorced your spouses and made your own perverted life together, but you need money. So you tell this story about people being dark and that they are zombies. This is how you justify who needs to be removed. You use this lie to justify the murders of 4 people whose deaths you profit from. You could sit there and think, you've never met me and I don't know you. But I've always been able to tell when I am being lied to, and you are a liar, an adulteress, and a murderer. Because of the choices you made, my family lost a beloved mother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She was 1,000 times the woman you will ever dream of being. Because of the choices you made, we have been hounded by media and those who revel in all of the salacious scandal you have stirred up. Because of you and your desire to get what you want at any cost, my family has been ripped apart. I helped raise Tammy's children. And because of you, they no longer have their mother or grandmother. And because of fear of losing another parent, they listen to the lies spewed by you and Chad. Our relationship is strained and most contact with them is gone. Your trial was the last thing my ailing mother had to live through. She declined in health as she heard through news reports all of the horrible things that happened, and she had to relive all the things we have tried to forget the last 4 years. My mother passed away in June, knowing that you will never come out of prison again. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose not to participate in her funeral because of fear of causing more drama. We were deprived of the chance to heal and have them realize how much we love them. We don't blame them for what happened, but we blame you and Chad for all the lies you've told and ripping apart this family. We didn't do anything. My parents are not evil. They did not deserve to lose their grandchildren on top of losing their daughter. I did not deserve to lose the relationships of children I helped raise, or a sister that was my dearest friend. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed that way is unacceptable. Lucky for me, The world can see the truth as much as I can. Everyone now knows what liars you are. They now all know what horrible things you have done. You will have to live in your prison cell for the rest of your life. You are not an exalted being, and there's no huge event that is going to save you. No jail walls are going to fall so you can leave. No angels are coming to rescue you. You made judgments of others and determined if they should die based on the fact that they might do bad things and we need to kill them before they do. That is not how the atonement works. We cannot punish and judge others on things they haven't happened yet, but you did. You have also made choices that have led you here. You have been judged by the court and you have been found guilty. Your consequences are before you. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve her and now the loss of my mother for the rest of my life. I will always remember them. As for you, I choose to forget you. And as I leave this courtroom today, I choose to never think of you again. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the impact statement, Ms. William. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to call the next victim who wishes to speak.
It would be Vicky Hoban, Your Honor.
All right, Ms.
Ooh, she lit her up, right? She lit her up. And it drives me crazy because, like Margaret said, she's sitting there all slumped over with her little jail orange and white outfit on. You can see here, like right here, she said, you can see her little orange and white jumpsuit on with her little orange slide sandals. And she's all slumped down, looking down, won't look at her. You know, I wouldn't look at her. I wouldn't be able to look at her either if I did what she did. Still deliberating in the sentencing for Chad. The jury's still out. All right, let's get back over to this.
Ms. Hoban, you may come forward, offer your statement there at the lectern.
First, I'd like to thank the court for allowing me to give a statement here today. I'm Tammy Sampicki. I was able to attend a big part of this trial, and so my first comment will be to address what I felt the defendant's behavior was. I felt she was shameful during the trial. It was apparent to me and others that the defendant did not take the proceedings in this courtroom seriously. It was extremely disrespectful to watch, especially during some of the most sensitive and heartbreaking testimony. Her smirking, her smiling, giggling, talking.
Judge, I'm going to object based on State versus Payne, based on the Idaho Constitution, based on Idaho Code 1953-06. She's supposed to give an impact statement, which the defendant's criminal conduct had upon the victim. Payne states that the victim impact statement must relate to the characteristics of the victim and the emotional impact of the crime on the family.
We have a brief sidebar with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Wood.
I can't stand that lawyer. I know Nate Eaton says that he's a pretty nice guy, but I cannot tolerate him. Could not tolerate him during Lori's trial. Ugh. I wanted to poke him in the eyeballs. So hard. the dude that was just speaking, Henny, is was one of Lori Vallow's lawyers. Right. Objecting during victim impact statements is low blows. It's just a low blow. Like, don't do that. Uh, hey, Nicole. Nicole says, just wanted to pop in and say hey before I have to clock back in from my break. Well, it's good to have you here. We're waiting on Chad Daybell's sentencing, whether he's going to be sentenced to life in prison or death penalty. Dum da da dum. And so while we're waiting, I thought it would be kind of cool to go back and watch Lori Vallow Daybell's sentencing. So the impact statements that they're doing right now are from Lori's trial. But yeah, I thought it would be a good, I don't know, like a good little side dish, if you will, to go with the Chad Daybell, uh, whatever you want to call it. Main course, I guess. I don't know. All right.
All right, the court will just note on the record, there was an objection lodged on this victim impact statement. I had a brief sidebar with counsel and discussed that. I do in part grant the objection, and I've instructed the state to discuss that with the victim to tailor her comments to those appropriate for an impact statement at this point. So, Mr. Wood, I gave you an opportunity to discuss that with Ms. Hoban. Ms. Hoban, if you're ready to continue, apologies for the interruption, but we want to make sure the record's followed carefully here.
Thank you. The type of vibe that was in the courtroom at the time was really hurtful to us. We were unable to be in our feelings and listen to the testimony without having extreme emotion. I'll say it this way. This was a woman who had killed her own children and was on trial for doing that and for killing Tammy, and felt that she could have had more respect for the family members in the courtroom. Tammy was a most excellent person, and she led her life with the utmost dignity and was beloved not only by our family, but by the community at large. There will be a huge void, and this is Tammy's story, and therefore it's part of our family history. This statement will not be about Lori. It will be about Tammy because it's her story. It's her life that was taken. She was a mom, a grandma, a daughter, a sister, a niece, a cousin, friend, and yes, she was a librarian. But more than a librarian, she was a teacher. She loved her job and went above and beyond for her students. Her last days filled with preparing a book fair for underserved children. I'm sure when she arrived home Friday, October 18th, 2019, she was very tired from a long day and the hours at school. As she got into bed that night, I would imagine she was thinking the same thing as every other night. Nothing more than getting a good night's sleep once her eldest had checked in from his late night job. She had no idea what the plan was for that night or what had been the plan for quite some time. Unbeknownst to her, there had been quite a bit of discussion about how to get rid of the obstacles that Lori had. Lori had already killed 2 of her children. Tammy was next on her list of obstacle removal. Lori wanted money, sex, and more power, and what Lori wants, Lori gets. The plan was in place on how to get it. Instead of a good night's sleep, Tammy was brutally executed in her own bed. She was taken from us by murdering thieves. Lori sits here convicted and prepped for prison. And let's be honest, the only question left is for how long? But Tammy was robbed of her entire life. And all of her family robbed of ever seeing her again. Never will she whisper a joke with a friend and laugh. Never see another sunrise or a sunset. Never smell fresh rain or see her grandchildren stomp through a mud puddle. Never to hear being called grandma or mom. Not another birthday, Christmas, the birth of a grandchild, or graduation from preschool. No seeing pictures of prom, first dates, or weddings. No searching for something fun to do or growing a garden. Never attending one of our families just for the girls' lunches where we reconnected from all over, laughed about the good old times. And the funny way that Grandma Cooper took pictures. And then we take photos with each other that we would compare at the next lunch. There would never be another hilarious rendition of Patty and her singing "Do Your Ears Hang Low." She'd never wave at a friend as they passed by. Make dinner for a sick friend. Never have a last conversation with her beautiful mother. Or one last kiss goodbye. No more of her dad's dad jokes or Samantha's outdoor parties. No more lining up with all of her siblings to get the photo at the next event. A life full of people she loved and who loved her deeply. Her life was snuffed out. To say heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, unbearable is not a big enough statement to convey knowing the way this most excellent existence was taken by planning and execution. The most innocent of lives was simply just discarded like it meant nothing, but it did. And like all of Lucille's grandchildren, her life was a vibe. It was a valiant and unreproachable life. Lori, you participated in the savage murders of precious people of great value and worth. It is most likely something that you would probably never understand. To be selfish and just to live life in a simple way, enjoying life for what it is, to love, to be loved, to smile, and to be smiled at. While you had a shameful relationship with Tammy's husband and planned out a murder, Tammy lived her life. She supported her family in every way. And for you to turn her home where she lived and slept into a cemetery, her two innocent and beautiful children is one of the most horrific things I can think of. Tammy would have been horrified to know what you had done and in his brokenness as a family. You are now going to pay the price, albeit never sufficient in this life. It's all that we can do. I hope that the life you live is filled with fear and that every day you are terrified, just the way that beautiful Tylee lived in fear for hers and sweet JJ as you continue terrifying her by saying they would be zombies. And she knew the consequences of being what you called dark. Tylee had many wonderful friends that loved her, and in a cruel irony, my granddaughter was a good friend to Tylee. this friend group can still to this day not speak of Tylee freely. They are so stuck in their grief and sadness for their friend who is savagely brutalized and murdered at her mother's hands. It's unconscionable to them, and the grief is still overwhelming. In closing, I would like to thank all of the law enforcement, the FBI, the investigators, the prosecutors, the administration. Everybody has worked so diligently on this case. Especially want to thank those who had to see those things that can't be unseen. We understand your pain also, and grateful for the many, many hours of hard work and dedication and the search for the truth. Thank you, Judge. I trust that you will do the correct penalty for this. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hoban, thank you for your impact statement. Mr. Wood.
The next victim will be Kay Woodcock.
All right, Ms. Woodcock.
Good day, Judge Boyce. I want to express my thanks and appreciation for being able to speak publicly today on the impact of the defendant's actions. Thank you. 80, 1401, 1481, 1, 72, 1536, 0, 52, 8, 72, 319, and finally, 1 million. These are more than just numbers and very important numbers and will make sense as I continue. 80 days ago, on May 12th, 2023, the word guilty was read for each of the charges inmate Daybell is being sentenced for today. Guilty, the word cemented what I had known for 1,401 days was returned by the jury. The jury devoted their time, energy, and dedication to deliver justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy for every single heinous crime charged. Our family is eternally grateful for their sacrifice. Justice would not have been possible without the time, perseverance, and tireless work every member of multiple law enforcement agencies, prosecution team, court personnel, and the court. Our appreciation and thanks can never be expressed in a way that will adequately or effectively convey our gratitude. Today marks 1,481 days that have been filled with terror. One was the day my brother Charles was murdered. It took over 30 hours for the defendant to finally send a cold-hearted text to Charles's sons, informing them that their father was dead. No phone call, no explanation as to how, when, and where. Colin Zach immediately called me, hoping this was a cruel joke.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as this has nothing to do with this case.
It's overruled, Mr. Thomas. You can continue, Ms. Woodcock.
This was the beginning of her cruel campaign of terror, a campaign that resulted in the deaths of JJ and Tylee, 2 innocent children, and Tammy, a devoted mother, grandmother, and wife. Our intense fear for JJ's safety began the very moment we learned of Charles's death. We knew Lori didn't want JJ anymore, as we had seen her abandon him for 72 days with little to no concern of his well-being. We now understand that this was so she could carry on her illicit and torrid affair with Chad Daybell and to conspire with him to murder and profit from my brother's death. With the number of divorces in Larry's past, it took me a while to understand why my brother had to die. I now realize what a nothing Chad Daybell is, a man with no ability to support anyone, no success of his own, a user of the weak-minded, a lazy, good-for-nothing, spineless man that rode his wife's coattails of success. After learning of Charles's death, I immediately began reaching out to Lori. I began calling, leaving voicemails and texting. Finally, after 3 long hours, I received a brief text with 0 details. She couldn't be bothered or felt too guilty to pick up a phone and call, this time his sister, and explain what happened. It set out so many alarms for Larry and I. Within minutes, we were on the phone with an Arizona detective learning the horrifying truths of my brother's murder. This all began with greed, the greed for and desire for a $1 million life insurance policy. She should have answered my calls. She should have spoken to me. I would have given her the money. She could have let JJ and Tylee live and had $1 million. She could have been free to be Chad's mistress and foot the bill with the money from spilled blood. JJ and Tylee could have been with us living happy lives. Instead, she took all that away, all because she is a money-hungry, power-mongering monster. We flew to Arizona the next morning and were finally able to meet with the detective shortly after. We learned the frightful details of my brother being ambushed by Lori and Alex. I know my brother, and what we were hearing made no sense to the kind, gentle, and generous and loving man we knew him to be. After hearing the details, our immediate concern was JJ's safety. We had no legal rights to JJ. This simply left our hands tied. We were powerless then and have felt overwhelmingly powerless since. It is the most unwanted and terrible feeling to be in that position. I pray no one ever must deal with this type of circumstance. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I would say not even Lori or Chad, but their evil and malicious plans are why we are here. She has shown no grief for the lives she willingly took or the pain she caused. Today, I take the power back by standing here speaking out loud of all the pain and loss she caused. I pray that my words will assist you. My sincerest hope is that they will be seriously contemplated in imposing a sentence for her cruel and heinous crimes. During the trial, a lot of information was shared about JJ's death. Today, I want to share how he lived. That is truly the only way to understand and know who he was and the gaping hole his death has left in our hearts and in this world. Payne and Todd Trahan came into this world fighting on May 25th, 2012, 10 weeks premature and weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. He was transferred to a hospital with neonatal intensive care unit within minutes of being born, where he spent weeks fighting to grow and live. I remember seeing him for the first time. My son Todd, his biological father, and I had followed the ambulance to the hospital. He was about 2 hours old when we were finally able to see him. He was so tiny and looked so fragile. In fact, I still have one of his tiny preemie diapers. It fits in the palm of my hand. As soon as I laid my eyes on him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the tiniest version of my son, Todd, who was also seeing him for the first time. Todd struck with the love for him that can't be explained. The love that hits new parents can't be put into words. I remember him later saying, "How can I love someone I've never met this much?" It is a feeling I and millions of others have experienced at the birth of a child. Lori, Todd forgives you. I wanted to make sure you know that. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he could be released to Larry and I in a few days. When we were initially asked if Kanan could come home with us, Larry and I didn't hesitate and immediately said yes, even though it had been 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with their many medical needs. The only place we wanted him to be at home with us was at home with us. The night before he was discharged, I stayed in a little room next to the NICU, talking to the nurses and learning all the little things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, when it was time to leave, the nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat and I'll get you out of here." I looked at her and kind of perplexed. "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She gave me a smile and a little chuckle and then let me know it's hospital policy for discharged babies. So I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital just like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substances in his tiny little body. He was healthy and ready to come home well before he was expected, and my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and oh so very special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. His first night home, as I bathed him, he cried so hard, and I cried right along with him. My heart was so heavy with all that he had been through in just the few short weeks since his birth. After his bath and still crying, my husband Larry, who JJ called Pawpaw, asked me to hand Kanan to him. He placed our baby Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head, rhythmically patted his back. Larry kept patting and breathing warmth onto the top of his head until he finally relaxed, stopped crying, and fell asleep. This became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so that Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light. Larry jumped in feet first at 65 years old and did all the things a young and new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us a new strength. Kanan was our strength and we were his comfort. His first 6 months were spent going to countless appointments. We went to appointments with doctors, heart, kidney, and urology problems, then to appointments for speech and occupational therapy, as well as visits to other pediatricians for a host of medical problems. We were always going from one appointment to another, constantly working to help him thrive and grow. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it became inevitable for me to cry. It deeply wounded me to see him go through so much, but I also felt immense pride in seeing him grow and how much love and happiness he gave to us and everyone that met him. My sister Susan had a special bond with Kanan and spent her days watching him so that I could work. She used to take him for walks, pushing his stroller endlessly. She could get him to belly laugh with silly animal noises, especially the froggy noise. There is no sweeter sound than a baby with an ecstatic belly laugh. Memories of the time spent watching Kanan grow, discovering his hands, toes, and feet, are all Susan has left of that special bond, and the immense grief of his loss is overwhelming. At 6 months old, the time came for the surgery he needed to repair a hernia. Charles and Lori flew to be with us at the Children's Hospital in New Orleans. This is a scary moment in time for us. Our tiny little man was undergoing surgery and their support meant so much to us. After his surgery, Lori insisted I take the sofa as she slept overnight on the floor of the hospital room. Later, the decision was made to let Charles and Lori adopt Kanan. I knew she would always be 1000% involved in his care, and I knew it would be okay since I witnessed that. She would always be there to help, support, and care for Kanan. That is part of why this is so hard. How does a woman that would go to that length for a baby boy a few short years later brutally take his life? It is mind-blowing and I will never understand it. Charles and Lori were granted custody a short time later. It was then Kanan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved every minute of raising him. We poured all our love, energy into ensuring he grew and thrived. We knew our unconditional love, and that time was priceless. Kanan's growth and milestones were clear evidence for our love for him. We knew the adoption was the best decision for his future, to have energetic parents, siblings, and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have in Lake Charles, Louisiana. With his departure, we felt a grief that really can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We had barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's front steps to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker, and I swear I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us. He had missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, JJ wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. There it was, the connection. It was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with JJ. We were always his love, comfort, and safety. JJ's adoption was final in July of 2014, and Charles and Lauren moved with the kids to Hawaii, living in a house that backed up to a closed golf course, and it was perfect for JJ. It was like having the biggest backyard ever, and it was heaven for him. He would go outside and he would run and run and run and run, and I ran and ran to chase him and catch up to him. Somehow, he never ever ran out of energy. JJ also had no fear, and everything was an adventure. He climbed on everything, and he could do it in the blink of an eye. We have pictures sent from Charles of JJ sitting on top of refrigerators and cabinets with a grin on his face. Listening to testimony during the trial and hearing the defendant claim to others that he turned into a demon for doing.
Oh, wow. I don't remember them having pictures of him being on the refrigerator and cabinets. But I remember and I think that's what she's getting ready to say. But I remember massive memory of them talking, Lori saying that she knew he had turned into a demon because he was climbing all over the cabinets and on the top of the refrigerator. And that's when she knew he had turned into a demon. That he was like some kind of wild animal. But I didn't know that they had photos of him doing that before. Wow. What a heifer. I gotta rewind that back and listen to that again.
Doing what he had trial refrigerator to chase him and catch up to him. Somehow, he never ever ran out of energy. JJ also had no fear, and everything was an adventure. He climbed on everything, and he could do it in the blink of an eye. We have pictures sent from Charles of JJ sitting on top of refrigerators and cabinets with a grin on his face. Listening to testimony during the trial and hearing the defendant claim to others that he turned into a demon for doing what he had always done devastates me. How dare she take his energy and adventurous nature and turn it into a reason to further her murderous conspiracy? We would visit Hawaii every 4 to 5 months and stay 10, 14 days. We needed to soak.
Oh, wow. Did you see Judge Boyce wrote that down too? Did you see that? I'm going to rewind it again, and you can see Judge Boyce takes a note right there. Judge Boyce takes a note right there. Oh, it's making my blood boil. I'm going to rewind it and watch that one more time, and I'm going to watch his face, and what he does is he takes this note down.
Everything, and he could do it in the blink of an eye. We have pictures sent from Charles of JJ sitting on top of refrigerators and cabinets with a grin on his face. Listening to testimony during the trial and hearing the defendant claim to others that he turned into a demon for doing what he had always done devastates me. How dare she take his energy and adventurous nature and turn it into a reason to further her murderous conspiracy? We would visit Hawaii every 4 to 5 months and stay 10, 14 days.
Did you see his face? After he got done writing, he kind of makes like his eyes go up. Watch his face when he lays his pen down. Okay? Watch his face when he lays that pen down. Look at his face. Watch his face.
Hates me. How dare she take his energy and adventurous nature and turn it into a reason to further her murderous conspiracy. We would visit Hawaii every 4 to 5 months and stay 10, 14.
You see his eyes? His eyes just kind of like, Uh-huh. Okay. We'll go on.
Days, we needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. On one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana home cooking to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool. He poured ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits with Charles or Lori, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were in stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. However, when we would visit, we would have him sleep with us. JJ would ask Pawpaw to pat his back, just like when he was a baby, and fall asleep. He would sleep until 9 or 10, which astonished them. There was never a doubt he had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever in JJ. Lori loved to entertain and have family visit, ours and hers. She invited family and friends to Hawaii and friends from Hawaii to Arizona. 0 is the number that same mother murdered that same child she expressed her deep appreciation for. It is mind-boggling, and I don't think I will ever be able to understand it. Back to JJ, he was incredibly smart. He was reading at middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with JJ and on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels, Visine, cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, so you can imagine my surprise and delight. As we stood there, he would occasionally stumble on a syllable or pronunciation, but we took the time to go through the words and helped him learn. As he got a little older, his special education school in Arizona told Charles he was a math savant. He could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he be? What did Lori deprive the world of? JJ loved school, loved his family, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy. The two of them had such a special bond and love for each other. There are so many lives he touched, from family, teachers, neighbors, and church members that all feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. Not only was JJ smart, but he was also funny, content, healthy, compassionate, and an empathetic child. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those, but instead, with his gentle touch and speaking in soft tones, he would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see or sense they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting with his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous oak tree, playing the drums on buckets and pots and pans. The joy he exuded and shared cannot be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in, and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will get for the rest of my life, and I will only have the precious memories to cling to. Now memories are how I feel the love I so desperately miss due to the heinous acts of his mother, the deplorable woman that
He just looked, hey, Shiraz. Hey, Shiraz. Shiraz. How are you? She says, I just don't see an LDS heavy jury voting death penalty. Watched this earlier today and I'm still in a funk. Just wanted to say hi to y'all. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. So for me, I'm just going to say bottom line, I'm fine with whatever the jury decides as long as, he never sees the light of day again. He can continue to visit Lori through his portal potty as long as he wishes. I really don't care. Really don't care. I'm just happy as a clam that he's been found guilty on every single solitary count. Because it's no good having, you know what? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. But Shiraz, I don't know if you were in here a minute ago whenever I caught this. I did not catch this during Lori Vallow's trial. But Kay Woodcock is giving her victim impact statement on during Lori's sentencing. That's what we're watching right now while we're like waiting for anything to come down for Chad. But during Lori's, we just watched it a few times. During Kay's statement, she said that Charles had sent her photos of JJ smiling, sitting on top of the refrigerator because he was adventurous, full of energy. And she said, and then here, it devastated them to hear evidence in the trial that Lori used his climbing on top of the refrigerator and the countertops as more ammunition, basically, to say that he was a demon so that he could be, you know, you know, you know. And Judge Boyce took a note. And then just now, what made me stop and pause it to come in here and to say hi to you, to pause the thing, and before I said hi to you, I saw Judge Boyce had, when Kay broke down just then and was like saying something, I need to rewind it back and look. Yeah, Shiraz, proof that he was possessed. Oh my God. He shoots a look over to Lori, and I think he's looking to see if there's any emotion coming from her. And he, of course, doesn't see anything. And you can tell he's a little bit miffed, if that's the right word. But I'm going to rewind it again and watch. It's right. I'll just skip through it a few seconds back.
that chose yes, he would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous oak tree, playing the drums on buckets and pots and pans. The joy he exuded and shared cannot be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will get for the rest of my life, and I will only have the precious memories.
See, right then he had his eyes barely closed, or maybe he was looking down. I don't know. But he's getting ready to look over to Lori to see her reaction. Watch.
To cling to. Now
he has a very disgusting look on his face right now.
Memories are how I feel the love I so desperately miss.
Did you see that? Did you see that? He had it. He didn't turn his head. He just turned his eyes. He darted his eyes over there and looked at her, and then made that face as if to say, "Wow, you really are a POS." You're a whole POS. Right? Let's see that again.
Drums on buckets and pots and pans. The joy he exuded and shared cannot be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will get for the rest of my life, and I will only have the precious memories to cling to. Now memories are how I feel the love I so desperately miss due to the heinous acts of his mother. The deplorable woman that chose to be his mother, the woman that 5 years earlier made the conscious decision to stand in front of a judge and swore to provide for, care, love.
Henny says he's done that several times. I've seen him look over there a few times, but that's the first time I'd seen him make that like face. Like he just ugh. You know? And maybe he had. I don't know. I am sitting here cross stitching, but cross stitching my full head off. I'm telling you. Cross stitch, cross stitch, cross stitched. Okay.
Love and protect him. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. There was never any doubt that Tylee was an absolute mama's girl. When she was little, she adored Lori. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. While Charles and Lori lived in Austin, we visited frequently. On one of our visits, we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that had been made into a horse, complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that."
Yeah, Sherez, the sentencing was the only thing that they allowed to be live streamed with camera during Lori's trial. Everything was audio only. They didn't allow cameras in there. But the only thing that was allowed camera live streaming was just the sentencing. That was it. Yep.
That for Tylee. Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her, and she needed something girly just for her, and she loved it. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one of them being "Do not enter." And as you can assume, even though JJ could read and understand the notes, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would storm into her room and she would laughingly tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose, just to tease and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and JJ loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. The love they have for each other is captured in the last photo taken of them, both grinning and hugging each other. Hauntingly, this photo was taken shortly before and by the defendant hours before she murdered her own child, her sweet girl Tylee. I have a niece that is a few months younger than JJ. Her name is Maddie. She and JJ loved each other and would spend days playing together when Charles and JJ would visit. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, that huge grin that kids get during the singing, hit me like a truck. I grabbed the keys from Larry and ran to the car, and I just bawled and bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. I knew then.
Oh my God. Now I can't quit looking, and he is giving her the death glare. Has he been doing that the entire time, Henny? Look at these looks. If you guys got your heads down and are working and lurking or whatever, look up for a minute and look at this. Just watch these looks he's cutting Lori. It's pretty funny.
And would spend days playing together when Charles and JJ would visit. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, that huge grin that kids get during the singing, hit me like a truck. I grabbed the keys from Larry and ran to the car, and I just bawled and bawled
He's
until I
looking
could
as
compose
hard as he
myself
can.
enough to rejoin the party. I knew then that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. $1,536. That is how many days it has been since I've seen JJ, and how many days since I was able to see that same candlelit glowing grin and for being sung happy birthday. You see, the last time I was able to hug and kiss JJ was in
Serious side eye. You're right. Oh my God. Serious side eye. Oh, and I love Judge Boyce. I love him. Love, love, love. Okay. All right. I'm going to go back to it.
May of 2019 when we celebrated his 7th birthday. It is just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love of another birthday because his mother is greedy and his life was expendable to her. We never know when one of those moments are going to hit, but I can tell you that there have been too many situations in the past few years where we get slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone in his life, all because his materialistic, self-centered mother cruelly and brutally stole his life and him from the world. Lori's acts of depravity, cruelty, and betrayal have no limits. She murdered and stole JJ's daddy from him on July 11th, 2019. Next, she was trying to sell Bailey, JJ's adored and cherished service dog, his shadow and his best friend. When caught, she was confronted and forced to give Bailey back to his original trainer. I can't imagine how that impacted JJ. Bailey went everywhere with him and provided him so much security and happiness. 52. That's how many days after Charles's death she waited, continuing her trail of destruction by taking JJ away from his home, his family, his school, his sense of well-being and normalcy by moving to Rexburg. JJ and Tylee were isolated and deprived of everything and everyone they knew and loved. 8. That's how many days later until another act of treachery with the murder and desecration of Tylee. The immense sorrow I feel in thinking of JJ's last days and week cannot be measured. How did he cope with this shockwave of change, confusion, and chaos? Being autistic and just a child in general, he thrived and excelled with his routines and schedules, and nothing was routine at that point. How much grief and fear did he experience? The loss of his dad, his world was upside down. During those 2 months, I continually asked, to the point of pleading with Lori to let us visit JJ. She only agreed once and then canceled. The trip was for JJ to attend Charles's memorial services back home in Louisiana. Our FaceTime calls, something that had been the norm, were cut shorter and shorter until our last call on August 10th of 2019 that lasted for 35 seconds. This all started with her greed. Her greed for a $1 million life insurance policy and her lust for Chad. 72 days, that is how many days it took Lori to take everything from JJ. He lost his dad, his home, his best friend Bailey, his beloved big sister, and his life, all in 72 days. My sister said it best. My sister Susan said it best. She killed him slowly by taking away everything that mattered. The following 9 months were pure hell. Nothing else can describe the feeling of not knowing where the children were. We were continually learning more about the evil that the defendant was involved with, and our fears continued to mount daily. 319. That's how many days from the last time we were able to FaceTime with JJ until the moment we learned the children had been found in Chad Daybell's backyard, buried like animals. When the call came, a sound escaped me that only can be described as guttural. Our worst fears were confirmed and we were destroyed. The grief my family and I have endured is immeasurable. Lori cruelly took my big brother Charles, my adorable grandson JJ, and my beautiful niece Tylee and sweet Tammy, whose family I've come to know and love. Lori is undeniably a monster that has not taken any responsibility or shown an ounce of remorse for her vile actions. She deserves to never again breathe oxygen as a free member of society. Her actions, dismissive behavior, and disinterest in court proceedings continue to validate her lack of accountability and remorse or any possibility to be rehabilitated. Lori Cox Daybell is a danger to society. Her body and manipulative mind are weapons used for her selfish greed and satisfaction. We firmly believe that she has zero mental
I'm sorry,
illness.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object. I think the court ruled on this particular portion of her statement. I'm going to ask that the court enforce that.
Give me a moment. Let me review the
Very good, Your
section
Honor.
of the written PSI in the court's previous order.
What is he objecting? Because Kay said Lori Cox Daybell instead of Lori Vallow. I mean, you can't say that I blame her. I wouldn't want to call her Vallow after her brother either. After Charles's name. I wouldn't want to either. Jerk.
The objection's overruled. This is not the section the court struck from the statement, so you can continue, Ms. Woodcock.
We firmly believe that she has zero mental illness that drove her to commit these heinous acts. Rather, she is driven by her greed and need to be the center of attention. During the trial, a jail call was played between Lori and her son Colby as she continued her manipulation. Today, it feels especially poignant. Quoting Lori, "They have made all these judgments. They think they know what happened. They think they know who's responsible. They think they know everything, but you don't know because you weren't there. And one day you will know. One day you will know what actually happened." Those are her words. It is the one truth that Lori has told since the beginning of her campaign of terror. We do know what actually happened and who is responsible. Lori. Today is the day that she will finally be punished for her manipulation, cruelty, and criminal acts. She has shown no remorse for the murders, the lying, the deceit, or the pain. During the trial, we heard Lori deflect and minimize her sister's grief. We heard her exclaim that she was trying to go on with life, that she needed to be happy, all while she was dancing on the beach and her children were buried in Chad's backyard. Only someone with no remorse tries to justify the cold-blooded murder of her children with her needs. We wholeheartedly believe she was not only complicit, but was an active participant in both JJ and Tylee's murders, making her crimes even more reprehensible. Your Honor, my family and I pray for nothing. Okay. We trust your wisdom in determining the sentence for the fraud. Sorry about that too. Strike that. Okay. We believe there should never be a reason for her to be released from prison. She deprived JJ, Tylee, and Tammy of that right and should never be given what she so easily took from them. I'll leave with two final numbers. 3 for the 3 people who were murdered, who we will never forget. And finally, the number 1 for the defendant, the person that will never matter again once we walk out the door.
All right, Ms. Woodcock, thank you for the victim impact statement. Mr. Wood, are there any other statements to be offered into the record?
Yes, Your Honor. We have been asked to read Colby Ryan's statement into the record, and so I'll do that now.
Very well.
As the older brother to Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and the son of Charles Vallow, I want to say the generations have been affected by these murders. My children will never know their uncle, their aunt or grandfather, or even their own grandmother. Tylee and JJ brought so much light into this world. With their lives being stolen, I would like to share this. I believe that nothing could or will ever be the same. Tylee will never have an opportunity to become a mother, wife, or have the career she was destined to have. She'll never be able to have the life she deserved. JJ will never be able to grow and spread his light with this world the way he did. He will never have a chance to grow up. My girls will never have a chance to know them in this life. My siblings and father deserve so much more than this. I want them to be remembered for who they were and not to be just a spectacle or a headline to the world. Tylee was sweet and kind, funny and bold, and she deserves to be seen as such. JJ was the most fun, sweet, and silly kid I'd ever known, loving and so smart. He deserves to be seen as such. Charles was a loving, kind, and generous father, and he did everything he could to help and provide for everyone around him. He deserves to be seen as that. This has affected me personally more than I could ever possibly put into words. I've lost my entire family in life. I lost the opportunity to share life with the people I love the most. I've watched everything crumble and be shredded to pieces. I have lost my sister, brother, father, and my mother. I've lost cousins and family, friends, and everything in between. These murders have changed everyone's life who loved these beautiful people, but I still know that God is above holding them in his arms and will provide a life after this to reunite. I pray for healing for everyone involved, including those who took the lives of all the ones we love. Thank you.
All right, the court's considered that statement as well at this point then. Mr. Wood, are there any other victim impact statements to read into the record?
No.
Very well. At this time then, as I mentioned, I'll move forward and have the state make its sentencing recommendations. After that, then the defense may make their recommendations. So Mr. Wood, you can commence with the state's sentencing recommendation at this time.
Thank you. Your Honor, I want to start with the question. What is the value of a human life? What is the value of the life of a 16-year-old girl with her life ahead of her? What is the value of a life of a 7-year-old boy with special needs? What is the value of the life of a mother and a grandmother? No matter how we look at what we are doing here today, we are calculating and assigning a value for the lives of Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. The defendant, now a convicted murderer, by her heinous and egregious acts, has assigned a value of 0 to each of these lives. The sentence imposed by the court today will represent the value that our community, through our court, places on the lives of these 3 victims. To the people of Idaho, this day should be more about the victims than the defendant. This court has multiple factors it must consider today, including the sentencing factors found in Idaho Code 19-2521. Justice requires the court to view all of the factors it will consider through the lives or through the lens of the value of the lives of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. We echo the sentiments made by the victims or in the victim impact statements, and we just briefly speak about these immediate victims. Tylee Ryan was born on September 24th of 2002. She was murdered between September 8th and 9th of 2019. People who knew her called her witty, charming, intelligent. She'd received her GED in order to graduate early. We know she often cared for her brother. In evidence, we had videos of her with him, and she would call him my JJ. She loved Hawaii. She loved the beach. She had friends and family who loved her very much on both her father and her mother's side. Her father was Joseph Ryan, who predeceased her in 2018. Her older brother is Colby Ryan, with whom she shared a special bond. After Joseph Ryan died, Tylee, as this court knows, was the recipient of Social Security benefits. And she actually shared a lot of those with her brother Colby, because that's the type of person she was. In serving search warrants, we accessed her Instagram account, where we learned that she was intensely loyal to her own mother. From her finances, we know she was a typical teenager. She liked to have fun. She was also independent and responsible. JJ Vallow was born May 25th of 2012, and he was murdered between September 22nd and 23rd of 2019. As we heard earlier, he was initially born as Kanan Todd Trahan in less than ideal circumstances, and was initially raised by his grandparents. He was then adopted by the defendant and her husband, Charles Vallow. He was loved by his family and friends. He loved to travel. Tammy Daybell was born May 4th, 1970, and she was murdered on October 19th, 2019. She was a mother of 5 children, and she's now a grandmother. She was a school librarian and educator. We know from her phone and from witnesses, she loved her children intensely. She was physically active, and she was kind. This court laid out the procedural history of the case. I'm just going to briefly touch on some dates that are important to the state and we think are important in terms of sentencing. The defendant met Chad Daybell in October of 2018, and within a year, her husband Charles Vallow was dead, her children were dead, and her boyfriend's wife was dead. In late August, early September 2019, the defendant moved to Rexburg with Tylee and JJ and her co-conspirator and brother Alex Cox. Tylee was last seen on September 8th, 2019, and JJ was last seen September 22nd, 2019. Tammy Daybell was last seen on October 19th. On November 5th, barely more than 2 weeks after Tammy was murdered, this defendant married her co-conspirator, Chad Daybell. November of 2019, Rexburg police were contacted regarding a Jeep that was involved in a shooting in Maricopa County, Arizona. Later that month, JJ Vallow was reported missing, and an investigation was furthered into Tammy's death, and law enforcement became aware that Tylee was missing. On December 12th, Tammy Daybell was exhumed. The next day, Alex Cox, one of the defendant's co-conspirators, died in Arizona. At the end of that December, the search for the children became public, and there was no response from the defendant or her co-conspirator. In January of 2020, the defendant was served with an order to produce children, and there was no response. Charges were filed for abandonment of minor children. And I want to be clear, the defendant had a right to silence. She did not have a right to disobey the order of the court to produce the bodies of her children. The Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, the Idaho Attorney General's office devoted thousands of hours of work into looking for Tylee and JJ and to investigating the death of Tammy Daybell. On June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ were found in the defendant's husband's backyard. On May 24th of 2021, the defendant was indicted by a grand jury for the crimes of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the conspiracy to commit murder, first-degree murder of JJ Vallow and grand theft by deception, the murder of JJ Vallow, the conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell and grand theft. And the defendant was convicted by a jury of her peers in Ada County on all counts on May 12th of this year. This court is required to consider the factors in Idaho Code 19-2521 subparen A in sentencing. And that particular statute reads, the goals of sentencing include the primary consideration of the protection of society, followed by the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation, deterrence of the individual and the public generally, and punishment or retribution for wrongdoing, and the impact on the victim. I want to talk about protection of society. This defendant has proven by her actions that she is dangerous to society. In Idaho alone, she was involved with 3 murders in a space of 6 weeks. While she's not convicted yet, I think the court can acknowledge that she faces 2 charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in Maricopa County. 2 of the murders in Idaho were her own children. This defendant violated the most sacred trust that exists in society, that between a mother and her children. And she did it for gain. She did it for money. A defendant who is willing to murder her own children is willing to murder anyone. Society can only be protected from this defendant by a life sentence without the chance of parole. There is no indication that upon murdering for financial gain that she feels any remorse. The amount of murders in her ledger show us she will seek to obtain money through murder again if released. And again, only a sentence of life without parole will satisfy the court's mandate to protect society. Courts required to consider risk reduction through rehabilitation. And it's tempting to just say, there's no rehabilitation possible. What is rehabilitation? It's the process of restoring a person to normal and a constructive place in society. Some crimes render a criminal unable to fully be rehabilitated as a functioning member of society. Some crimes are so heinous that you simply lose your place among the rest of us. Killing your own children and your boyfriend's wife are these types of crimes. Rehabilitation requires remorse and acceptance of responsibility. And there is literally zero evidence that this defendant feels remorse or responsibility for her crimes. The court heard victims talk about her behavior at trial, and I think that was an indicator that she lacks remorse, that she lacks accountability. The only way to rehabilitate this defendant at any level is to make her face the consequences of her heinous crimes that she has committed. And that is only possible through a sentence of life in prison without any chance of release. This court is required to consider deterrence of the individual and the public. Again, deterrence requires accountability. She has none. One thing that has been so shocking about these crimes.
Oh, sorry. I was looking. It says that I can't tell if they're done or not. I know that it's like 5:23, so it's dinner time. Mm, Everybody's saying they're continuing deliberations. Law and Crime just confirmed it. I don't know where they confirmed it at, unless they confirmed it in their like pinned comment. I don't know. I don't know. Well, I do know that I think that they would deliberate on Saturday. I think I read somewhere. Yeah, I've been watching on Twitter too. Mm. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out. I would say if they're close, they'll continue. But so yeah, we'll wait and see. Shiraz says, I don't know how anyone would know when they were deliberating or retiring for the night since they're sequestered. Right. I mean, I think that the bailiff would let the judge know, and the judge would let the lawyers know that they're free to go for the night. He's not going to want the jury, the counsel to sit at Starbucks 5 minutes down the street. You know what I'm saying? All night. So, but I don't know. I keep refreshing my Twitter feed too. So, all right. I'll keep an eye out though. If anybody gets an update, let me know. Okay. I'm going to go back to this. Hopefully Shiraz. I don't know. I mean, I figure if Law and Crime cuts their feed, then we'll know they're done, Mm, I know, Lauren. It's late for you. Why don't you go to sleep? And if your mom stays up, she can call you if they have something. If she hangs out. I don't know. To be fair, though, I don't expect them to. Caitlin Hart's been on it all day today. She's with Nate. Yeah, Nate's at CrimeCon. I know he said he got a flight out to Nashville last night, and then he said that Caitlin was going to be in the courthouse today doing the live tweeting. So it's pretty cool, right? I would love to be at CrimeCon right now. Wouldn't that be cool? Can you imagine the party they're having over Daybell at CrimeCon right now? Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Well, like I said, I've still got the feed up for Daybell. I've got the chat up too, and I've got my Twitter feed. But if you guys happen to see something before I do, then let me know. We'll continue watching this. Oh, do I have 42 votes? Yay! I haven't looked. 42 votes in the poll. Ooh, I do. Yay, 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 yay. Nice. Stresses me too. I was going to go, but then I had to come home and start repairing storm damage. Oh, no. I would have loved to have gone. Is Shiraz's Bob there at CrimeCon? Mickey says he's going to get the death penalty. He may very well. He is at CrimeCon. Ah! Yay! Very cool. Very cool. All right. I'm going to click play so we can get on with this. He's right next to my man's. Which my man's? Vinny? Is he close? Is he next to Vinny Politan? Is that who you're talking about, Steph? He's next to Vinny. I love Vinny. Well, now Vinny's not with Law and Crime. He's with Court TV. Unless you're talking about Jesse Weber. Jesse Weber's Law and Crime guy. Yeah, Vinny's Court TV. He was talking about it on a live the other night since he's on Vinny's show sometimes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Vinny's with Court TV, though. Not Law and Crime. But, yeah, I love me some Vinny Politan. Yeah, baby. All right. We're going to get back to this. And I'm going to keep my eye open. Open schmopen. Oh, and by the way, I just stuck my finger with the needle. That hurt. That hurt real bad. Weber is far too hyper. I love Jesse Weber. He's a cutie. And did you happen to see, if you follow Gigi McKelvey on Pretty Lies and Alibis, she does some stuff for Law and Crime. Did you see her Twitter today? Somebody, she said one of her alibis had made her and her girls some Stevie Nicks jackets, because Gigi's all about like Stevie Nicks. She loves Stevie Nicks. And she had one of her subscribers make like some really cool like homemade denim. I mean, the denim, they're like denim. I don't know if they're jackets or like denim long sleeve denim shirts or if they're jackets. I don't know which, but they're very cool looking. Very, very, very cool. That's why I don't mess with cross stitch. I love cross stitch and I never stick myself, and it's my fault because the only thin needles that I had was the pokey ones. I need to order some of the smaller sized round ones. That's dull on the bottom, not pokey. I know you do, Morgana. She says I stick mine 4 times every day on purpose. Yeah, this one hurt. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate that. Yeah, give us a thumbs up over here. I know Shiraz, very nice, very cool. I was like, ooh, that looks nice. Those are so cool. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Is where it happened. Fremont and Madison County, Idaho. These are fairly rural areas. These are low crime areas. And I would note that this defendant, despite being labeled oftentimes by the media as a Rexburg, Idaho mother, is not a Rexburg, Idaho mother. She's not from Rexburg. She actually spent very little time here before she was arrested. And our community was left reeling by these crimes. The sentence that the court imposes today will be a message. And the citizens of these 2 counties have a right to the message, don't come here and commit these crimes. The citizens of these counties don't live these type of lives, and we don't want people to come here and commit these crimes. And this court has a responsibility to send that message, to give a sentence that gives that deterrence. It's the state's position that only a sentence of life without parole will send the proper message of deterrence both to this defendant and the public. And in line with deterrence, if these crimes don't merit that type of sentence, the state's unaware of what kind of crimes would. Finally, the court is required to consider punishment and retribution and the impact on the victim. The obvious impact of the defendant's crimes against Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and Tammy Daybell was death. And we can't ask Tylee, JJ, and Tammy about that experience because they're gone. They don't have a voice. We can't ask them what it felt like to be murdered. We can't ask them about the impact of their last moments. We have to instead look at the evidence and glean what we can regarding the impact of the murder of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. This court sat through a trial. This court saw the same evidence that the state saw, that the defendant saw, the jury saw. This court was the custodian of that. And so this court has seen how horrific these crimes were. And I want to talk individually about the impact of these crimes on these victims. So what was the impact on Tylee? We don't even know how she died. And why is that? Because her body was mutilated, it was dismembered, and it was burnt beyond recognition. We only know for a surety that it was her because of DNA testing. Her body was utterly destroyed, and she was buried in a pet cemetery next to animals. Her skull was literally separated from her body, and it was destroyed in such a manner we couldn't even tell 100% from dental records if it was her. The defendants put her body in a green bucket that melted from the heat of her burning flesh and put it on top of her skull. Those puncture wounds were received at or near the time of death, and they were consistent with staff.
You guys, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was trying to make a banner that says we're watching Lori's sentencing while we waited for for Chad's. And while I was in there, I clicked like the tab button or something, and automatically it shut the stream down and it threw the whole, these are the opinions of QB and QB alone. And I'm like, wait a minute, what are you doing? That is not the one I wanted. Stop it. Hold on, I gotta fix this now because now, hold on, I'm in the banner section. Just give me just a second while we wait for, jeez Louise, sentencing. God almighty. Jeez, this thing is so super sensitive. Jeez. Let's watch Lori's sentencing. All right. Shoo. Save. Share. Not this one. We don't want that one. Opinions about to be expressed are those of QB and QB alone. They are not a reflection of the True Crime Cafe or Jenny or anyone else affiliated with this channel. Yeah. We need that on a, you know how they do the whole thing for commercials, you know what I mean? Like the side effects of medication and stuff. That's what it reminds me of. Still nothing going on over here. Okay. QB's like, that was pretty funny. Error. QB's like, wait, what did I do? Stream dropped and QB's warning came up. Margaret's like, huh? QB ain't even on here. Rude. QB, what are you doing, right? I know. Thought QB was trolling. I thought she was coming in hot. Oh, that was funny. That was so funny. I want a disclaimer. It says Shiraz. Well, I was gone to the retreat a few weeks ago, and I come back, and QB's got herself a whole disclaimer. And I love it. Steph says, my disclaimer is if you don't agree with me, you're wrong. These are the opinions of QB. Blah, 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 blah. So funny. All right. Now, let's get back to the business at hand. QB's like, I'm just sitting over here eating some pizza rolls, and all of a sudden I'm apologizing. She's like, I don't even know why. Why am I apologizing, baby? Why am I apologizing, baby?
Okay.
No.
I hate it here.
Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up a little.
Okay.
All right. Enough sound bites. Let's get back to it. Wait. Shiraz says mine is, you're going to be really sorry you made me get out of bed. Yeah, that's another thing you did while I was gone. This one right here.
Okay.
I haven't yet, Steph. I suck. I know. I will one of these days. I got a lot of things I got to clip. All right.
Stabbing, but not consistent with dismemberment. Again, the impact of the murder of Tylee was horrendous. And this impact will continue. Tylee will never get to become a mother, as we heard earlier. She will never have the opportunity to go to college. She won't get to choose a career to satisfy her curiosity or make any of the other decisions that young adults get to make for themselves. She won't get to travel the world. She won't get to marry. She won't get to be there for her brother Colby or her brother JJ. She won't get to spend time with her other family members. The impact of murder never ends. So the defendant's sentence must last equally as long. I want to talk about the impact on JJ Vallow. Again, we can't speak to him, but we've seen the evidence. We know that he died from asphyxiation from duct tape in a plastic bag wrapped around his head. The evidence showed that there was a struggle. And what was the impact on that little boy's mind as he fought for his life? His last moments must have been filled with fear and betrayal. And what is the impact of being buried like a piece of trash rather than receiving a proper burial? This defendant and her co-conspirators showed a callous disregard for human life by the demeaning way they treated his and his sister's bodies. Similar to Tylee, JJ will never get to grow up. He will never be able to reach his potential. He won't spend time with family, friends, and loved ones. What was the impact on Tammy Daybell? This defendant was not charged with the actual murder of Tammy Daybell, but she was charged with the conspiracy to murder her and convicted of such charge. I would note conspiracy is not a lesser included of murder. It is an equal charge. We know that because the sentencing by statute is equal. It is equally as bad to conspire to murder as it is to murder. It's bad enough to steal someone else's spouse. This crime rose to a whole other level of egregiousness because this defendant planned with her boyfriend the death of his wife. And when her brother and boyfriend committed that actual murder, she was vacationing on a beach in Hawaii. We don't know exactly what Tammy's last moments were like. We can't ask her. We know she had bruising on her body that appeared to be at or near the time of death. Like Tylee, like JJ, the impact on this victim continues. She won't get to spend time with her children. She can't give them advice. She can't be there for her grandchildren, her brothers, and her sister. She missed her mother's funeral. The impact doesn't end with the individual and immediate victims. It spreads. It's the proverbial rock thrown in the lake that ripples and ripples and ripples. Murder tears at the fabric of society more than any other crime. Infanticide defies the law of nature. Mothers are meant to care for their children. When we consider the impact of the victim, it's appropriate for this court to consider the impact on the living victims as well. So when we talk about punishment, it has to match the crime. Not only do we need to protect society, do what we can to rehabilitate and deter, the punishment has to match the crime. Punishment must be, because this was the ultimate crime, killing your own children, killing your boyfriend's wife, the punishment must be the ultimate allowed by the law. And at this time, that is life sentences without parole. And we aren't asking that to be harsh. We're asking that because it's the right thing to do, because it's the only punishment that matches what this defendant did. I want to just briefly address some of the material found in the PSI. There are two mental health reports, one by Dr. Watson and one by Dr. Cunningham. Excuse me. And so what's in them? They say that this defendant suffers from a delusional disorder. She has grandiose and persecutory features, which I would note is something that many serious criminals have. says she has hyper-religiosity with bizarre beliefs. More important, though, than what's in those reports, I want to talk about what's not in them. These are bare bones reports with barely anything more than alleged diagnosis. There's no analysis of her behavior, and that's important to note because psychologically, we can tell more from what a person does than what they say. There's zero evidence provided or in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness contributed to her crimes. There's zero evidence in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness hindered her ability to know right from wrong. And in fact, the evidence is overwhelming that she did know right from wrong. She lied to the police, she lied to family members, and she lied to friends regarding the children of Tammy. Even their close friends who they shared some of these religious beliefs with, they lied to about the death of the children. And what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that Tylee and JJ didn't die because their mom thought they were possessed. If she truly believed that, she would have preached it because she preached all the time. She didn't tell anyone that because she knew why she killed them. She killed them for money. Her actions show afterwards, not a pattern of grieving. She goes. That's good because that's where she belongs and that's where she needs to go. Other than that, there's no treatment suggestions or discussion of possible treatment. Again, we'd ask this court to look at the defendant's behavior more than anything she says. At trial, the defense made it clear that they see Chad Daybell as the primary antagonist and that he should be blamed for these crimes and not the defendant. That was in the closing. I want to be very clear. This court is precluded today from even engaging in any analysis of that. Chad Daybell's guilt has not been determined yet, and this court cannot engage in some type of balancing analysis of guilt when he must be presumed innocent by this court until proven guilty. Upon being proven guilty, we can have that conversation, but not now. And further, even if he had been determined guilty, this defendant was charged with conspiracy. This is not a comparative fault case. On a conspiracy, if you're in for a penny, you're in for a dollar. And there's an important societal reason. There's an important reason that society has done that. It's bad enough when a person decides to commit a crime, especially one that includes victims. When a person teams up with another person and they agree to commit crimes, they become infinitely more dangerous. And so there is no comparative guilt. There is no comparative liability. This defendant has been found guilty by a jury, and that's all the court can consider in that regards. I would note this case is a perfect example of why we punish conspiracy the way we do, because of the damage that arose from these agreements to murder. So, Your Honor, for the sentence that the state recommends, before I state that, I ask this court to remember the victims and what does justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy require. Note that the PSI made a recommendation, and it states, on January 3rd, 2023, the defendant's attorney filed a motion indicating they did not intend to raise a mental health defense. However, if she was convicted, they plan to submit information in support of mitigation during sentencing. It seems important to note that while she has been diagnosed with a mental illness, she had the mental capacity to fabricate a story regarding the whereabouts of her children, change Tylee's Social Security payments to her own account, plan a wedding to Mr. Daybell in Hawaii, attend a family vacation with Mr. Daybell's family, lie to them about not having minor children, and relocate to Hawaii. She did all this with the knowledge her children's bodies were buried on Mr. Daybell's property. Those closest to the defendant describe her as a loving and devoted mother. They indicate both children loved her very much. A mother is meant to protect her children. However, the defendant has been found guilty of the brutal murder of her children. The focus should be that 3 innocent people, Tylee, JJ, and Mrs. Daybell, were murdered. The sheer devastation of all the lives impacted by her abhorrent actions warrants punishment. Therefore, it is recommended she be sentenced to a period of incarceration under the custody of the Idaho State Board of Correction. This court is aware, PSI riders don't give specific recommendations for what time an individual should spend in prison, but the state does have that. This court is aware that the state's position has always been that justice requires this defendant face the highest level of punishment for her crimes, which at this point is a life without parole sentence. The heinous nature of her crimes and the aftermath of those crimes show an utter and callous disregard for human life. She committed these crimes for remuneration and financial gain, and she has shown no remorse or accountability, and she sees herself as being above the law. She has shown contempt for these proceedings and the process of justice for her children and for Tammy Daybell. At this time, the ultimate punishment is fixed life sentences without the chance of parole. And so specifically, for count 1, for the conspiracy to murder Tylee Ryan and commit grand theft, the state asks and requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole. For count 2, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with the fixed life sentence for count 1. For count 3, the conspiracy to murder JJ Vallow and to commit grand theft by deception, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. Consecutive sentences are justified here by the severity of the crimes, the fact that it involves different victims, and there was an appreciable amount of time between the murders of Tylee and JJ. For count 4, the murder of JJ Vallow, the state asked for a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with the fixed life sentence for count 3, but consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. For count 5, the conspiracy to murder Tammy Daybell, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences previously requested. And for count 7, grand theft, the state requests the full sentence of 20 years. Pursuant to Idaho Code 195307, we request a fine of $5,000 to be paid to the next of kin of Tylee and JJ. I would note that Idaho Code 19-5307 includes a list of crimes, violent crimes, for which that payment to a victim may be granted. And it includes murder, but does not include conspiracy to commit murder. However, we'd also note that under Idaho Code, the punishment for murder is the same as the punishment, or I'm sorry, the punishment for conspiracy is the same for the punishment to commit murder. And so we'd ask for a $5,000 fine to be paid to the next of kin of Tammy Daybell. We'd ask for an order of restitution to the United States of America Treasury in the amount of $22,545, which amount was proven at trial to be the amount that was stolen from the Department of Treasury. I would note, Your Honor, compared to these other crimes, grand theft does not seem like a big deal. But I would note that in context of these crimes, this grand theft is a big deal. It shows her contempt, not only for her children, shows her contempt for everybody else, because that money belongs to everyone. Finally, pursuant to Idaho Code 18-112, we would ask for fines of $50,000 for each count of conspiracy and murder, for a total of $250,000 in fines. The state has essentially asked for the maximum sentence allowed under the law. The sentence is not only justified, it is necessary to satisfy the four goals of sentencing in Idaho. A sentence less than what the state has requested will not satisfy those goals. And I want to end, Your Honor, where I began. What is the value of a life? What is the value of Tylee Ryan's life? What is the value of JJ Vallow's life? And what is the value of Tammy Daybell's life? Our communities and the people we represent. The value is great, it is immense, and it is immeasurable. No sentence given today will bring those victims back to their loved ones. There is no true justice for murder, so we have to do the best we can. And any sentence that would allow this defendant to even hope for release from prison would send a message that these communities don't value the victims' lives appropriately. Again, in regarding the goals of sentencing, we request this court make its decision pursuant to those goals and through the lens of what justice requires for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. These crimes were heinous, they were egregious. Again, she murdered her own children. They had a right to depend on her. Tylee and JJ had a right to be protected by her. She betrayed their trust in the most awful and horrific way imaginable. She profited from those murders. The defendant conspired to murder her boyfriend's wife. It wasn't enough to steal or to break the marriage. She wanted Tammy dead. And why? Well, there were $430,000 that they profited from that. And so what does justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy require? It requires that this defendant never have a chance for freedom because her victims no longer have that. This defendant forfeit the remainder of her life to prison because her victims were forced to forfeit their lives. What is the value of a life? Thank you.
All right, so Law and Crime just said in their chat that jury has been deliberating in the penalty phase, sentencing phase, for approximately 4 hours. So, all right. What are y'all thinking? 55 votes. Wow, 56 now? Let me look. 56 votes. Yep. You guys are doing amazing. I think the most I've had was 52, and that was the day before yesterday. You guys are ramping it up. Yes. Because you voted 55 times. Right. He petered out. Mm-hmm. You guys cracked me up. But yeah, if you can't say if she can't say moist, you can't say microburst because that's just gross. That's just gross. Okay. Maybe jury got their belly full. They had lunch. Now they've had dinner. It was probably a working dinner, to be honest. They probably just sent the bailiff in there with a couple of pizzas or 4 or 5 pizzas, some breadsticks, maybe some chicken wings, maybe a little, dessert boxes like the chocolate chip cookies or the fudge brownies from the pizza joints. Get their bellies all full and let them be happy, and then they'll make a happy decision. A good decision. Not a happy decision, but a good decision. QB's like, I'll be like, ain't nobody leaving here until we seal this deal. Yep, 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 yep. Oh, here's another update from Law and Crime. Says the jury is not done for the night. They're still deliberating and will continue until they reach a decision or retire for the night. We got to remember it's still early for them. It's just now 6:04 p.m. there, right? So 6 p.m. there. And they are sequestered. They can't go home until this is done. So that's probably one reason why the judge, if they don't finish today, the judge will probably have them come back in the morning on a Saturday. So they can't go home till they get this deal done. All right. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to bump the microphone. All right. Let's get back to this Lori Heifer Daybell Lemon Face, Mrs. Lemon Face thing done here. Sorry, Margaret. QB, yeah, right. QB said, except for the single parents prior dispersed. They want to stay all weekend. Kel said, shoot, I'd want another paid night in the hotel, but that's just me. Give me another night in this soft hotel bed. This, I thought you meant disparaged. I was thinking disparaged. Yeah. Oh Lord. Somebody in the chat over there said, wonder, will Chad go to a prison with at least 144,000 inmates? Okay. All of the portal jokes and all of the this, that, and the other jokes, the dark light jokes, cracking me up. Uh-oh, Morgana's breaking out the Butterfingers. Ma'am? Ma'am. All right. I'm going to mute myself and we'll continue.
All right, Mr. Wood, there was just one point of clarification I wanted to have on the grand theft recommendation. You recommended a 20-year sentence on that, and I just wanted to clarify. I believe the maximum possible under Idaho's grand theft statute is 14 years.
That's correct, Your Honor. I apologize. It is 14 years. We would ask for the maximum 14 years.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood.
Oh, Your Honor,
Yes.
we'd like to double check that. I think it might have changed. Your Honor, I believe that has been changed to 20 years.
And I think is that only if it's by extortion? I think there may be a limitation. I'll double check, counsel, and allow the defense to comment on that as well when they have their opportunity to speak. All right, we'll consider the recommendations of the state submitted at this time. I'm going to take a mid-morning break at this point. We do have a court reporter that has to take down all of this verbatim, which is a large task, and others may need to use the restroom. I'll note that given all of the people here, the facilities we have, that it will take some time. So I'll plan on a 30-minute recess, and then I'll have the defense, if they're ready, to make their recommendations after the recess. Is that all right, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll take our recess then, and we'll continue with the recommendations of the defense after break.
A reminder, QB's like, or not QB, but Margaret. Margaret says Butterfingers is also my middle name. That's why I said Margaret Butterfingers
And let me
R.
just indicate, we'll have the audience and those in the gallery, please wait.
And the only reason I did the R is because her YouTube name is Margaret R. She does need a Tommy Tippy. Oh, wow. Morgana's vision's starting to get blurry. Lord, Lord, Lord. You know, Margaret says I drop everything and need I remind you of my coffee episodes? No. And QB's right, you do need a bib. And that reminds me, I think I need a cup of coffee. I've had coffee and a full tumbler of water. And I think I want more coffee. And cha-cha-cha-dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-dum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Oh, I want one of those too, Kel, but a cup of hot coffee just sounds good, you know? Maybe I can put some vodka in my coffee. Vodka. No, no. If I had some Baileys, then I could do the coffee, but mm. Spins is like, ew. I like Irish coffee. I like it. I like it. I like it. Grace gets all those fancy schmancy Baileys. And I'm just like, I just want the plain Baileys. Kel was just typing Baileys. Maybe some taquilla. Taquilla. I don't have any of that, I don't think. Well, I take that back. I might have, but Baileys in coffee on Christmas Eve. That sounds so good. Puts a little bit of warmth in your belly, you know? All right. Let me look one more good time. I'm not seeing any more law and crime updates as of yet. Do you guys want me to drop the birthday cake one and the strawberry cream one? Ooh, see, Grace has all the fancy ones like that. I just like I get the plain one but then I'm like, that sounds so good though. Watch movies and drink Irish coffee. Yum. Kel. Kel said if I had Bailey's in my house, I'd add it to my weekly morning coffee before work, and that wouldn't be wait. Oh, the tiramisu one. I've heard Grace talk about that one. She gets all them fancy schmancy ones. I don't even know if I don't even know if we can get all those over here. Grace gets all those yummy daggone Tim Tams too. Can't find Tim Tams around here nowhere. Joanna can get them where she lives, and she sends them to me every once in a while. But man, oh my God, they're so good. Do the Tim Tam slam with the hot cup of coffee. Yum. If you've never done it and you can get Tim Tams, do it. You take a bite of one little corner and then flip it over and take a bite out of the other little corner on the Tim Tam. And then you stick it down in your coffee and you suck out of the corner of it like a straw. And then as soon as you fill that coffee get into your mouth. You just pop that Tim Tam in your mouth and it's magical. It is magic. So, so, so good. Kel said hazelnuts is one of the few nuts that I don't like. I don't mind the smell of hazelnut. I just don't care for the taste of it. I used to have a hazelnut candle that I used to burn all the time years ago. And I do love the smell of it. I just don't care for the taste of it. But I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody want to come up and hang and chat? Let me copy this link. I'll drop it in the chat like it's hot. Lauren says, Kel, I don't like them, but the Bailey's hazelnut, yum. Wow. Kel, honey, I know where you're going with that. And that's, yeah. Kel's like, Kel's like, where's Steph to bounce these serves to? She's serving them left and right and nobody to bounce them off of because I ain't taking the bait. I ain't taking the bait. Steph's like, I'm not here, but I wish I was right now. So somebody is saying here in the Law and Crime chat, it says, I believe that if there is even one holdout, it's an automatic life without parole. Is that correct? And then someone said correct. I can't remember exactly what their if their instructions were any different than that, but I believe that's the case. I believe that they have to all be unanimous in order for it to be the death penalty. Any one off is life without parole. Okay, good. Yeah, it has to be unanimous. So not Margaret, Grace mentioned that yesterday. If it had to be unanimous. And I couldn't remember if it did or not have to be unanimous. But in my mind, I would think that it would have to be, but that anything else would just be automatic. Life without parole. Which, like I said, I'm completely fine with life without parole. Kel said, because they're taking this long, to me, it means it's on the table and they're all considering it. Otherwise, someone could just sit down and say no death penalty and it would all be over. You're right. You're right. I think that what they do when they go in there, they have those instructions, right? And the judge is like, you can write on your own instructions, but not on the main copy of the instructions. And they, I feel like they really take it serious and they go through each individual number, each individual thing for each individual. They have to look at the mitigating things. They have to look at the, oh shoot, not extenuating. Is it extenuating, sir? What is the other one called? The mitigating factors. And then they look at the, starts with an E or an EX. It's not extenuating circumstances, is it? What is the word I'm looking for? That makes it worse. Than just like, what is the word I'm looking for? Somebody help me out. Everybody's sitting there like, Yes, Lee, we're waiting. We are waiting on this. We're waiting on their decision. Oof, oof, oof. Hold on a second. Oh. Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to pop up and say hello. My adult
Hi.
beverage just came here. My adult beverage just got here.
Oh,
So,
yay.
but I do need a Tommy Tippy.
A Tommy Tippy.
I need
Gosh.
a Tommy Tippy cup and a bib. I swear, when was the last time I told y'all I spilled coffee down? I think it was just this past week, did I not? I spilled my
Yeah,
coffee.
it was. Do you ever, I mean, I hope to God that you at this point never go to work with a white dress shirt on or a white.
Well, you can see my latest picture. That's a white shirt. And I Scotch guarded it so hard. I Scotch guarded it so hard. And then I was doing something at work schmirk, and I think I borrowed somebody's jacket. Or I borrowed a lab coat. That's what it was.
Oh my
Borrowed a
gosh.
lab coat as an apron. So I just wanted to say hi. It's been quite a day, and I'm glad that I was here with all of y'all to listen to all of that. That was all very,
Yeah.
very intense this morning. And I don't know, for
It
me,
was.
I felt like I needed to listen to it and go through it because, I mean, we started at the very beginning, and we've heard all of this stuff, and we've had to bear witness to him and his ridiculous. I felt like I needed to hear those people. I really did. I really, really did. So, but I'm glad that I was here with a very supportive group of people who still love me, even though I spill all the time. Need a Tommy Tippy. And I needed y'all's support because, as you know, Mr. Margaret is laid up with his bum knee. Let's call him Jeff because that's his name. So
Jeff or
Jeff.
Jess?
Jeff, Jeff.
Jeff. Okay.
And
Okay. Oh, wait. We got a Lauren here too.
oh, come on in. Oh, we need to talk to her.
Lauren.
Hi.
Yay.
Yay.
How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm good.
Isn't it
Good,
past
good.
your bedtime?
I'm a grown up, so no.
Well, I need a Tommy Tippy.
Mm.
I'm a hot mess. Even QB said so. I'm a hot mess. You
I'm
know,
just, it's been an emotional couple of days.
it really has been. It really has been. It's been, and this whole trial has just made me think about people and the absolute horrible stuff that people are capable of without a care in the world. And here I am sitting battling anxiety and trying my best not to have an anxiety attack and do this and do that and all this stuff. And people just do this crap and they sail through life like nothing ever happened.
I know,
Yep.
right? Just living their best life in Hawaii.
Sail through life like it's just been, oh, well, oops. And I just, that just bothers the hell out. Oh, it bothers me a lot.
Yeah, it bothers me. And I'm just thinking to myself, here you got your 2 children, are dead in your brand new husband's backyard, and you're just living it up with these pretty little, drinky drinks at the beach in Hawaii.
A picture
Getting
of
married.
that picture of them with the ukulele and the hula and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff sickens me. And then when I want to say that her brother, the one that runs the foundation, is it Matt Douglas? Was that his name? The one that made the first statement.
Oh, I can't remember. There were a bunch of them. There was
he runs her foundation, the Tammy Daybell, Douglas Daybell Foundation.
Okay.
And listening to that man talk, it was almost like he was narrating life. The way, the crushing pain he had in his voice. They all did really, but he in particular. I'm going to say that I'm not the same person I was before I listened to that man.
It was very different. Her sister too. You can tell that family is very well
spoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very,
And
very well spoken, very articulate people.
and they
Very,
seem like really good people.
very good people.
Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying, we were all talking earlier today about her falling for under his spell or whatever it was, or for who? Him? The chinless wonder
Right.
over there.
The chinless wonder.
Chinless lemon over there. So Lauren saw my box of lemon heads that I picked up at CVS.
I was dying. When
my-
you sent me that last night, I was dying.
It leaped right out. It leaped into my pocket. I had to buy. But
Oh gosh.
yeah,
I was like, oh my God, this is perfect.
I had to send
We
it.
need to send it to him.
Oh yeah. Yeah. He'd probably be like, what's that? Oh, that's dark. I don't want it. That's blah, blah. Anyway, it's the depths of an evil soul will never, I think, truly be fully realized, and God help us all for that. But I think, when, as I was saying, so her brother, the first one that spoke in particular, all I could hear, I mean, aside from every word he said, but all I could think of was those giggly, cringy telephone calls that they had between each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I could think of. It's like, and as I would with any of these people, especially the two of them, I would say, how did you think this was going to end?
Right.
How did you
Right.
think this was going to end? Two children who are dearly loved and in people's lives, who are accounted for and who are, they're safe, they're happy.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we? This all started with Kay Woodcock's phone call saying,
Yeah.
where is my grandson?
Yeah.
And thank God for that. Okay. Now, of course, she would have done it anyway, but this opened a whole book of a whole can of lemon worms, and rightfully so, because this would have continued. They would not have stopped. I really feel that. And I think it was me and Patricia earlier that was saying, why isn't he, or it might have been Miss King or one of the two, like, why is it, he's not crying, he's not this, he's not that, all this time he's been saying, oh, I was framed, oh, I was fooled in the worst way, I this, I that.
Mm-hmm.
Well then,
If
partner,
that was the case,
yeah,
he would have shown some emotion.
and tell you what, partner, if that was the case, you would be screaming.
Devastated.
You'd be screaming from the mountaintops. This woman is crazy. I don't know what she's doing. What is going on over here? Oh my gosh, her two kids are missing now. I have nothing to. Please.
Precisely.
Please.
I don't know. I feel like there was just zero emotion from him. And then even when you hear him talk, there's no emotion. And it was the exact same feeling I got when Emma was on the stand.
Oh, that girl.
I could not stand her.
I couldn't either.
My blood was boiling.
Mm-hmm. You just want to get up there. Like I would literally, it's an hour and a half flight from here where I am to Boise, Idaho. I would just go in a plane, walk into that courtroom while she's talking, walk up, slap her, get back on a plane and go home.
Yeah, the last weekend I was with my mom,
Mm-hmm.
and I said to her, I want to go to America
Yeah, to come to Idaho. Yeah.
and slap the
Mhm.
beep out of him
Mhm.
and the
Yeah.
kids and mm,
And they have nothing to gain off of him. Nothing.
yeah.
No.
Absolutely zippo. And that's why I'm wondering, like when Lori was so taken with him, like, why? He
I
writes
know.
he writes books for $1.50.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I
I mean,
don't
that's
understand.
champagne.
I
I'm
don't
very
know.
passionate.
I don't know what it is that
Nothing.
she saw in him.
Nothing to throw up against nothing. That's what.
Mm.
Yeah. No way.
So,
No way.
how did you feel about Pryor's closing on the sentencing today?
You know, I was working, so I didn't see much of it.
Oh, you gotta. If you, I'm telling you, you need to go back and watch it. You
I
need to go
will.
back and watch
I
it.
was like, bro, sit down on your peach
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
and
yeah,
shut up.
yeah. Yes. I mean,
I was saying in the chat, blah, 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 blah,
oh
blah.
yeah. That's what that was. Yeah, I was in and out, bits and pieces. The only thing that I mean, obviously, we're all on our ear about was his opening.
Oh,
And I get it. It is his job, but no, I don't like him.
Ugh.
No.
No, you really can't. You really can't. And he has a job to do. Even Larry, we watched that presser with Larry.
Mm-hmm.
He has a job to do, and he has every right to do the best job he can. We are not going to like him simply because he is the extension of Lemonhead there, for one.
Right.
And I think sometimes even I'm guilty of like
I call him lime face.
Yeah, lime face.
Lemon and lime. Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go. Lemon and lime.
I don't know. I'm a big fan of lime.
I
Maybe
did
we should forget lime and just say
We
grapefruit.
will,
'Cause I don't care for grapefruit.
as soon as this trial's over, lemons and limes are gonna be what they are. And
I
yes,
was in the store today because I needed some groceries.
you went past the lemons.
Yeah. And I instantly thought of lemonade.
Oh yeah.
And I thought, oh no, I never would buy lemons anymore.
Yeah, don't let that big doofus face keep you
No.
from enjoying lemons.
Just because he's got a sour face. He looks like every time anybody in my family for years, whenever they have a sour look on their face, I've always told them you look like you've been sucking a lemon all day. So that's why I said that.
By the way, the jury is still deliberating.
I think they're going to go for it. I really do. I think they're going to go for it. And if they can't come
I'm gonna stay awake till we have a verdict.
Well, you might be waiting till tomorrow.
It's the weekend, so I don't care.
I mean, I should talk. I skipped out on a pizza and salad lunch so I could stay in for the verdict. Yeah, somebody came by my office, says, "Hey, let me take you out for a pizza and salad." I'm like, "Oh, I can't go. I can't go." And they're like, "Oh, are you busy with work?" Yes, I am.
Yes. Nothing.
I'm busy. Yeah, nothing.
Nothing.
I don't want it.
I don't want it.
Pizza and salad. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Oh my God.
And they're like, "Oh, well, it's okay. Next time, I understand." I'm like, "I'm glad you do. Because I ain't explaining this to you." I had what I tell you all, I had some lousy old granola bar and a water.
Yeah, but hey, sometimes, a granola bar is what saves the day.
It was okay. I wasn't mad at it.
Shiraz says, blame it all on the glitter vajay.
Yep.
And, that was part of his closing that really honked me off.
I gotta re-listen to that. I really do. so I can get honked off too.
Yeah, it was pretty, he was pretty gross. He was pretty gross.
He has been. He's been, you know, we all think of him as this oily lawyer that has to do, you know, he we have this vision of what this trial, I think, should be, and it's like everybody hate lemon club kind of thing. So anything this man says that has to be, you know, as they say in the American court system, it's an adversarial system. You know, it's one side against the other. And he played that to the fullest extent. But I think there were some times where he was just condescending as you know what. And that really had no place. It had no place. I mean, and I think for me personally, you know, I've been a juror before, and there was one attorney who was a real horses, you know what, and I held it against this client. I really did. I really did, because, and I tried not to, but there were times where it was really hard to get past that, because it's like, well, but at the same time, you know, you're throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what's going to stick. So let's just be mean. And, you know, so I'm going to be mean, and, you know, this is my client, and blah, and it's horrific. We had a case out here many, many years ago, about 22 years ago now. And if you all remember, you can look it up. It was about a little girl named Danielle Van Dam. And she was kidnapped from her home here just down the street from me, actually. And the band and she ultimately, very sadly, was murdered. And the man that defended the man that is on death row for it now here in California, which of course means nothing. He was a shark. He brought up things about the little girl's parents' past and personal lives that had absolutely nothing to do with the case at hand. And I mean, it turned me off on defense attorneys. I know they have a constitutional obligation, but that sickened all of us out here.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Really, really did, because that had absolutely nothing to do with the price of eggs. But that's, you know, that's what some of them are good at. It's like, let's put people who aren't alive on trial, you know, to say, well, and create all the doubt and all this and that. It was terrible. I didn't need to know those things about those people. I didn't need to know them any more than I need to know Eve's house cat. And then I would go around in town here and I'd see them in like the CVS or the Safeway or wherever. And that's all you could think of. Not the fact that they tragically lost their daughter in such a heinous, horrible way. It's like, oh yeah, I remember what they said about you. It was awful.
Wow.
It was awful. Yeah. Danielle Van Dam, look up that case. It was many years ago. It was heartbreaking.
It sounds very Dutch.
Yeah, it was a Dutch last name.
Yeah.
Yeah, Van Dam. But terrible case. Terrible. And it happened literally down the street from me. And I'll not forget that. But I won't forget it mainly because I know more about her parents and their lifestyle than
See that, like you said, that has nothing, unless it does have something to do with it. It don't have anything to do with it, right?
You know, they were out partying or whatever they were doing, so therefore they were being inattentive to their daughter. No, how about the dude found his way into the house and done what he done? Okay. But it was all about, well, you know, you all have these wild parties and this and that. It has nothing to do with it. But see, like, you know, it's what I call the lowest hanging fruit. It's all he had to go on. Yeah. Kind of like Pryor here. You know, how are you going to explain away
2 dead kids in your backyard?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Life.
Exactly.
And a marriage 2 weeks later.
Yeah. And Shiraz is
no,
right.
I have nothing to do with it. I'm innocent.
Yeah, I was just reading Shiraz's comment. He is a POS in real life. He's what do they call it, Shiraz? They said Pryor's got priors.
Yeah, Pryor's got priors. True.
Yeah. And no, I just really today was really heavy. And like I said, was really glad I had y'all around me because, like I said, between Jeff's knee and then his mom is over in the hospital and she's not doing well. So it's been a hard
No.
Aw.
24 hours. So spending it with my family here online has been very helpful today in between work schmark.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah, no,
Of course.
I'm glad I found my little community, and I'm working on the prettiest little diamond painting thing right now.
Aw.
It's so cute, and that's really brought me out of a lot of stuff in life, and I know it will this weekend too. Because, like I say, it's been a weirdie, but life is very full. Life is very, very full. I don't have to bounce a quarter off anybody in this chat room. I know that wouldn't agree. Life is
Right.
just too damn full sometimes. Oops.
It is. It
Quarters.
is.
Yeah, indeed.
I had a quarter. I said a swear.
Oh, you're good, babe. You're
It's like,
good. You're good. We'll use this as your curse day, like QB calls them, curse
my
days.
curse day.
Go
Curse day.
for it.
My curse day is every day. Oh God, my poor mother. She has this thing. She has this little dish on her table. And I think I've contributed about $500,000 to by now. And whenever, so mom's 86 and, and she's, I ask her, I say, where do you think I learned these words? And, she's like, I never cuss. What are you talking about? Oh, please. So, so she has her little swear jar out, and I think she's ready to buy a new house with it off of me. So, but whenever I drop the F-bomb, she cringes. She's like, oh my God, Margaret. And I'm like, Mom, well, I'm sorry, but I learned it somewhere. And but she cringes, when I tell her, I said, it's an F-bomb, not a real bomb. Oh, you're too pretty to say stuff like that.
That's exactly what my mom would say too.
Oh yeah,
Or,
they still say it.
but I will say that my mom would, before she said that, would smack you right in the mouth. My mom couldn't even stand the word fart. She could not stand that word either.
When I was little, I couldn't say that word because my mom had this idea that I was trying to say something else. You know what I mean? And that fart was coming close to it. So yeah, she thought I was aiming for another word that started with an F. So she didn't.
That's so funny.
I'm gonna go call her and say, "Hey, Mom, fart," and then hang up the phone. She'll be like, "What?"
Oh,
Margaret, you owe me a quarter. Mom. Oh well,
that's so cute.
Yeah,
That's so
well,
cute. I
she's
used to have a
alright.
school teacher who had a money jar. You had to pay $1. It was
Ooh.
or wait, maybe it was a quarter. I think it was a quarter. It was a quarter. Every time you said the word ain't.
Oh God,
Wow.
I'd be broke.
Yeah. I
Taking out
know,
a
right?
second mortgage. God, no, please.
I'm like, I say that word all
Oh,
the time.
I use it in business
And
meetings.
ugh.
I use it in business meetings along with Poop Fest. What else do we say in here? Poop Fest.
Poop Fest.
Bobo brand. Where are you at, QB? Bobo brand. What else did I write? I wrote them down. I don't have them here with you. So Poop Fest, Bobo brand. There's another one. I forget. Well, of course, trash can, but we all know what that means with the Montgomery trial. I swear that one morning when we started calling him that, I walked into work and somebody says, "I can't find my trash can." And
Oh my God.
I lost my mind.
God.
I like that
That's
Shiraz
so
people
funny.
circus. So Look what Shiraz just said, fecal fracas.
Fecal fracas.
Oh,
So
that,
many matches, I miss them sometimes as QB.
oh yeah. Oh, I'm like,
They're still talking about the curse words.
yeah, well, I'm with
Morgana
Morgana. I
said-
love all the curse words too. You know, they say there was a scientific study, and I work for science, that, you know, cursing actually does lower your blood pressure.
It does?
It does. It actually does lower your blood pressure. Well, think about it.
Huh.
When you're that mad and you get to say the big one, that helps a lot.
Okay, from now on, I will curse more.
Mhm. Curse just before you go to the doctor, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you're the healthiest person I've ever seen."
Right, right.
Oh, I've never, Lauren, you're doing so well, and you'll be like, "I'm great,
I'm fine.
fine, nothing wrong with me." Oh, yeah, duty head doesn't do it for me either. I mean, it's cute and all, but it's lacking in something.
It does.
Oh
lack
God,
a
you should
little
hear me
bit.
when I spill coffee all down the front of me. Oh, that is awful. I don't know what is wrong with me. Oh, geez. Well,
Lee said I could use curse words in code.
oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, my dad was in the military for a number of years. I told you all last week, he was in the military for a number of years. And so they used a lot of times they use the military alphabet code for certain words. And like, you know, somebody out there's probably going to know what Charlie Foxtrot means. Uh-huh. Yeah. So whiskey tango foxtrot, you know, that kind of thing. That helps. If you have to keep it clean, you can say it like that. Oh yeah. Well, we get creative sometimes. Anyway, well, thank you for letting me play. I have to go. I think I think the guy with the bum knee is probably going to need something. He can't, poor man, he can't even walk to the kitchen. He's had, yeah, he's had surgery on this knee before many years ago. But again, I think, and we've talked about, you know, that whole aging thing is really, you know, it's really starting to cramp my style. I don't know about you all, but it's really starting to get just like inconvenient. I'm really inconvenienced by this. So, but
I mean,
I got him into the doctor this morning, thankfully. And then they referred him over to orthopedic next week. So, so I'm glad for that. You know, it may be just at this rate, physical therapy, which I'm sure QB can tell us all about.
Oh yeah. She's really good at that.
Yeah. Well, I was doing it for my shoulder when my shoulder froze up on me, but so we'll be hopeful that it's not anything beyond that. But his little old mama in the hospital, we need to see about her and see what the farg is going on with that over there, because that's also a weird
what the foxtrot.
What the foxtrot is going on over there, because that's a weird too. Weirdy too. All right, I had fun. Thank you. I love you.
Love you.
Let's all be good out there, and you all have a good weekend. I'm gonna hop back down in the chat.
All right, we love you, girl. Thank
Love
you
you
for
too.
coming up.
Love ya.
Have fun. All right, see you later. I don't
See you
hate
later, alligator.
Look at QB. Why do you hate me? Oops. All right, I'm hopping down. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Why are we hating on QB? What's she
I
talking
don't know.
about?
I don't know, because I mentioned something about physical therapy.
No.
All right, I love you. Bye.
Love you.
Okay.
Jury has been deliberating in the penalty phase for approx 5 hours.
Yep, they're going on 5 hours. Oh,
Dang.
that's cute. That's cute. Me and Lauren both have it on.
Yeah.
Yep. I got 2 different screens going on.
Yeah, I am here on my phone and have the long crime on my tablet.
Oh, good deal.
Yeah, multitasking.
Oh, well, I've got the StreamYard on one computer, and then I've got the video linked to another monitor. And then I have my phone that I've been checking Twitter updates with. So,
Nice.
yeah. What time is it for you, Lauren?
It's 2:49,
Wow, you're
almost 3 at
you
night.
a trooper.
Yeah.
Trooper. Somebody said on Twitter, these jurors, the name of the Twitter user is Leisha17, the Duke of Duchess. And she says, these jurors are getting down to business. I know they're tired, stressed, possibly scared, and very committed to making the right decision. Respect.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get the yawnies, Lauren. Knock it off. I need some coffee. That's what I need.
Drone keeping vampire hours over here. Yeah, I'm not gonna sleep until they have a verdict.
What's Morgana saying about being a vampire? What? She said, okay, y'all, I'm gonna head into the shower and y'all gonna have to come with me. Just don't peek. Oh, cute butt. That's what QB said that. Cute butt.
Vamp was my nickname years ago. Yeah, indeed, Mom. Hi, Mommy. Hi. Love you.
Vamp. Oh, thank you, Lee. Lee said I put the breakfast buffet out with plenty of coffee earlier. Yes. You did trigger Nightbot, Morgana.
That will be it. It's too much coffee. That's why I can't sleep.
Well, you had wine.
Yeah.
The wine not make you sleepy?
No.
Mm.
Wine never makes me sleepy.
I think it would relax me enough, and then I'd be like, oh, okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, it's not that
Oh,
I'm not sleepy, but I'm chill.
Yeah, I like chill too.
Yeah.
Shiraz says the Nosferatu runs in families. My mom was a night owl too. I'm a night owl, but
Yeah, I have it probably also from my mom.
have you watched Shiraz was it you that we were talking about this with a while back? Nosferatu on TV? That was such a good show. But on the television series that we watched, it was spelled like this in the chat. Because it was his license plate on his car. I forget what the car is called. What was the name of his car? I forget what it was called. It's one of them old classic cars. What is the name of that? I don't thank you. Yes. Yes. So he would be the host. Sherry, you're right. The host with the most. Oh, hold on. I've got to ask Dale what the name of that car was because now it's driving me crazy.
What we do in the shadows. No, Shiraz. Is that a show or a movie? You mean Cat? Hey, Knight Rider. Right? A caddy. Cadillac.
Okay, it was called a Wraith. Wraith.
Okay, no idea what it is.
Yeah, it was a Wraith. Hold on, let me look it up and I'll find it and then I'll show you what it is.
I guess it's before my time.
What, the TV show?
Yeah.
The current series, no, that came out a couple years ago, but the original is old, yeah.
It's a series. It's hilarious. Oh yeah, yeah. Never mind. I was thinking something. It sounded very kinky.
It's a Rolls Royce Wraith. Yeah, that's what it.
These actors from New Zealand are a gang of vampires. Ooh, I like vampires.
You do?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see if I can make this.
I am obsessed with the Vampire Diaries.
Okay, this right here is the kind of car I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that's a very old one.
Yeah. And this is from the movie. And I don't know if you can see it on StreamYard, but there's his license plate and it says Nosferatu.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that a car like from the 50s?
Probably,
40s?
yeah. Mm-hmm. I would say so. But it was a Rolls Royce.
Fancy.
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 Fancy. Hold on, I turned my screen off. There we go. There we go. And we're back. 30s, maybe 40s.
Yeah.
But the movie is good, or the TV show, the series is really, really good. But it's also very, very creepy. And especially towards the end of it. The closer to the end that it got, the harder it was for me to watch. But it was still a pretty decent series. I will say that.
Something is saying in the comments, is Chad already in yellow outfit? Lemon yellow?
What?
From the stream from Law and Crime.
Oh, I was looking. I was like, what are you talking about? Where? Oh, they said they meant orange. And there's somebody in there with the username Cheesy Eggs.
Yeah, I saw it too.
Genius.
Hashtag Megapint. Checks. Yeah.
Hashtag Chegs. You saw that too, Margaret? Cheesy Eggs.
Cheesy X.
Cracks me up.
Yeah, QB.
Not the cheesy eggs. Yes.
Checks.
So, Lauren, let me ask you, what do you feel like, what do you, I mean, I guess you could tell me how you voted in the poll. Do you feel like it's going to be the death penalty, or do you feel like they're going to say life without parole?
Yeah, I voted for the death penalty.
So that's what you,
First I thought, how do I say this? It was going too far because in the beginning I was saying, no, not the death penalty. It's too easy for him. Put him in prison, you know, make him suffer.
mm-hmm.
But now, no, let him burn in hell.
Yeah.
Make an end of him.
Yeah.
It's done.
Well, I mean, the cool thing, if he does get the death penalty, is that he'll still have to suffer for the next 10, 20 years because he'll have all the time. They won't take him straight to the chair or the chamber or whatever they call it. They have like a
I thought it
I don't
was happening then in a few weeks or something.
no, the death penalty, they
Uh,
have to give them a minimum of so many years because they're allowed so many appeals. When they get the death penalty, they're automatically allowed, like, I don't know, is it 3 or 4 appeals, somebody?
oh.
I mean, the appeals aren't automatic. I mean, they have to have reason for them, but they have to give them time for them. And uh it's it's a long time. I mean, it's a long time before they actually wind up on, you know, death row. But Margaret says we have a moratorium on death penalty in California now. Ridiculous. Inmates are dying of old age on death row instead of it being carried out. Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, all I want for him is that he burns.
Well,
Burn
Shiraz,
in hell, mother beep.
for what we do in the shadows, it's a montage of all the characters. Oh, wow. Margaret says, look up the Night Stalker
Yeah,
death row for 20 years and died of liver cancer before he got the gas. Yeah.
indeed.
So, but yeah, I mean, either way, he's still going to have to live with his choices and
Yeah,
any
but he
guilt.
is like 50 something,
Mm-hmm.
Chad.
Yeah.
If it's gonna take maybe 10 to 20 years, he's gonna be 60, 70. And I hope that his heart stops beating.
Well, people don't look kindly to
Oh,
child
55.
survivors in the jailhouse. They don't look kindly to people who do bad things like that to children.
That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna suffer for sure.
Wow. Shiraz says, so they asked in Bob's chat the other day that if Chad got sentenced to the firing squad, would you want to watch? Chat split 50-50. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't.
What does that mean?
So some states, I think, does anybody know what states they do still have it? A firing squad. Because they have more than one way for the death penalty here. And the firing squad is one of them. And basically, it's a row of people that work in that department at the prisons. And they all have a gun. And
Damn.
someone loads the guns, but there's only one person that has a bullet in their gun, but they don't know that.
So it's a sort of a game. You pick someone and only one has the bullet and the gun.
Yeah. So say you got 6 or 8 people. I don't know how many it is, but say you have 5 to 10 people. I don't know
Yeah.
what the number is, and only one of them has a bullet in it. That way, no one knows whose gun it was that actually killed the person that's on death row.
Oh.
Oh, I don't think so, Shiraz. I think that's how it used to be, but I don't think it is anymore, right? Margaret said 6 rifles, 5 dummies, 1 real. And by
Unreal.
dummies, she means there is a bullet in it, but I think it's not got live.
Why does it let me
Not a
think
live
of
library.
Pirates of the Caribbean?
Huh? Say that again?
6 pistols, 5 dummies, 1 with a bullet.
Yeah.
There is a scene in the 4th movie with the same intensity, with the same thing.
Yeah. You're saying there's a movie that does that?
Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean, the 4th movie.
Oh, okay. I don't know that I haven't watched all of those. But the reason for that is because, you know, they don't want it for the blood to literally be on one individual's
Yeah.
hands. So,
Nah.
but here's the thing for me, if I didn't want the blood to be on my hands, then I wouldn't get that. I wouldn't apply to be that person at that job. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Yeah, no, it's not for me. Thanks, though. Thanks for the offer.
Jury is still deliberating. Okay. Speed it up a little.
Right. They're going hard tonight. I'm guaranteeing you that they're wanting it done so that they can go home tomorrow. What do you want to bet?
With Edward, Edward Teach, aka Blackbeard.
Yeah, the firer of the weapon never knows if he or she has the real one. So, but see, now back in the day, the firing squad,
It's like a game.
be like that, where it was like everybody had bullets and everybody shot the person, you know? But it's not like that anymore. And QB said it's the same way with the lethal injection. 3 people have an injection, but only one person has the one with the real one in it. Or 2 people inject, only one has the potent injection.
Wow. That sounds really like a game. So today you're gonna choose a syringe? Yeah.
Do you want the one in the right hand or the one in the left hand?
Like the Matrix, do you want the red or the blue pill? The red one, you're gonna die. The blue one, you're gonna live. But you never know which is
Yeah.
which.
Well, it's like the thing with it's not really a game because either way, they're getting injected with the lethal injection. They just don't know the person that's giving it doesn't know which one of them has it in their injection because they don't want to have to that person that's doing the injection don't want to go home knowing that they just injected something in somebody that's going to kill them.
Yeah.
Margaret says, do you know my mom actually knew someone who wound up getting executed in the 1950s? Wow.
Damn.
It did, Henny. Yeah. The whole World War II, that the firing squad things like that happened a lot. Yeah. Sad. It is, Lee. They basically hook them up and they just hit the buttons and it does it all now. But did you ever watch the movie The Green Mile?
Yes.
That was such an incredible movie. Such an incredible movie.
I cried
Yes.
a
But
lot.
there was the one dude who the mean guy didn't wet the sponge when he put the thing on his head for the one because they were doing the electric chair
Yeah.
and oh that was crazy. Oh wait, Margaret's back.
Margaret.
Am I here? Am I on? So
Yes.
yeah, I just posted about my mom knowing somebody that actually went to the chair. His name was Charles Starkweather, and he was from Lincoln, Nebraska. And he and his girlfriend, Carol Fugate, went on a several state killing spree in the early 1950s. So mom says, I was still a little kid then. So, but he and she went all the way out to like Wyoming and back on a killing spree, robbery and killing spree.
God, they sound like Bonnie and Clyde.
They were. He was, I want to say he was like 16, 17. She was like 13, 14. And it was one of those deals.
Damn.
Yeah, it was one of those deals where her parents didn't approve and the whole thing. And he had the entire state of Nebraska and all of the Midwest and during that time just completely on alert and lockdown and every car. Yeah. And I mean, the dude killed a lot of people. He was awful. And he took that girl with him. And of course, when they went to trial, she pulled the whole thing. Well, he made me do it, and he made me this, and he made me, well, his first victims was her whole entire family.
Oh my God.
And it went on, and I mean, you can look it up. It's all over, but Bruce Springsteen wrote a song about him. It's called Badlands. And he went on a several state killing spree. And finally, he was arrested. He was put on trial. And Nebraska at the time, and I think still does, although I don't know when the last time they used it, but they have the electric chair. And he was obviously, condemned, and he met his fate. And his last parting words were, Carol Fugate should be sitting right here on my knee.
Damn.
Now she's gone on. I don't even know if she's alive anymore. If she were, she'd probably be mom's age. She'd probably be, in her mid 80s to late 80s. She went on to be like a real estate agent. But I used to, and I was like, Mom, I'd hear this story. I was like, Mom, did you ever know? And she goes, yeah. I used to walk down the hall with him down in junior high school.
Oh my God.
And I said, well, did you ever? She says, I didn't know him, but I would say hello to him. And I would, nod, or she was polite to him. And he, it was one of those things like bees. If you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, for all intents and purposes, and I don't mean to be glib this way, but he was stupid. Okay. He was
Yeah.
like the seventh grade nothing.
Right.
And that's all he had was trouble.
Mm.
And so he was executed. I forget what year. It was in the early 50s. And he's out he's out in the same cemetery as my grandparents. And if you look it up online, like if you're familiar with like Find a Grave, for famous graves and those kinds of things, they won't tell you where it is.
Mm.
But I know where it is. But
Yeah.
because we've been out there, found it accidentally. I'm like, hey, is that the guy? My mom's like, move along.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, move
Let's
along.
go.
But she remembers him. She says he used to wear this leather jacket, and they call them engineer boots, and he had this stubby cigarette hanging out his mouth, and
Mm-hmm.
like, look, and I asked her, I said, well, was he nice to you? He's like, well, he never caused me any trouble. I never did, but he was, they all, they all called him stupid. Okay. So
Yeah.
that doesn't help.
Yeah.
And, but he and she went on a several state killing spree, and there's been movies made about him and all this kind of stuff. There's nothing to celebrate about him.
No.
But he took out her whole family because they forbade him from seeing her. But that was our history.
Damn.
And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But that was my mom's brush with somebody who was actually executed in the great state of Nebraska. Charles Starkweather. Yeah, not a good guy.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. It is really crazy. And
He's got a cool last name though.
Starkweather, yeah. And there's people now that are like, he had brothers, and those people went on to have children, and they still, so the last name is still out there, and it still makes people do a double take because back there they know that name.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a wild time. But yeah, that was my mother's brush. She calls it my brush with nothingness. But yeah, he went to elementary and junior high with her. I think he quit at junior high just because he wanted to and wanted to go do what he did.
Right.
But yeah, so there's a little piece of history for you, since we're talking about death row and all that. So
well, thank you
Damn.
for sharing that.
yeah,
That's pretty wild.
my mom knew him.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom knew him when, but yeah, I think well, you never know who your neighbors are in the cemetery, but they could be anybody. There, he's put far away from where grandma and grandpa are. Don't worry about that. But I stumbled on that one day, and I looked over at mom and said, isn't that guy that, yeah, move on.
Nothing.
We ain't stopping here. Terrible party.
Nothing to see here, Margaret.
Margaret,
Move on.
move on, Margaret. Oh yeah, sure has. Yeah. Carol Fugate and Charles Starkweather. Yep. And I'm gonna look her up. I don't know. She married, and it's like anybody like that. She served time. She did serve time. She obviously wasn't sitting on his knee when the time came, but she did serve time, and I want to say she moved up to Michigan, and she became a real estate agent, and she used her name for a number of years, hoping that nobody would. It's like, come on, And then she married, and she, I don't know what kind of life you can salvage after something like that. I couldn't speak to that, but she went on to have a family and children who loved her, and however life panned out for her. I gotta see if she's still alive. I'll ask mom. Mom would know. but she went up and became a real estate agent. It was
Who would
very
want to buy a house from her?
well,
Right?
certainly not I. But yeah, she, and I think, I'm going to be the devil's clavicle here. I'm going to say that, everybody at some point, let's say if they are truly reformed, they are entitled to rebuild whatever they can rebuild. But it's like I said, after what's her name, Anthony was acquitted. It's like
Casey.
opening the door and walking out on Mars.
Yeah.
There's nowhere you can go.
Nope.
Nowhere you can
People
go.
will always know your name.
And there won't be anything you can do. But anyway, so that was our brush with nothingness in our family. I wanted to add, since we were talking about that. But yes, she did know him. Not like, good friends or anything, but, hello, Charles. Hello, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Down the hall, right down the halls of the.
Just saying good morning to each other. That's it.
And that's Mom, she's like, oh, I'll say hi to everybody. I'm like, well, I know you do, but be careful about that because they're going to wind up
hi to the wrong people, and you might end up in somebody else's graveyard.
Mhm.
Then she and Dad ran away and got married and left that life. But yes, she did know. He was. I want to say it was 1955 or 56. So the folks were out here by then. But yeah, Charles Starkweather. Yes, Lincoln,
We'll have
Nebraska.
to look him up. We'll have
Lincoln,
to look him up.
Lincoln, Nebraska. Charles Starkweather and Carol Fugate. Not nice people, despite trying to rebuild yourself. Not nice people. All right, gotta go, Larry.
Love you.
Thanks for sharing.
Oh
Thanks
yeah.
for sharing, Margaret.
Thanks for the story.
Bye again.
Bye again, Margaret. Shiraz said something earlier about she still hates that actor and he was just an acting part. I feel that same way. And she's talking about the Green Mile, but there's one I cannot stand. And I used to love him, but after I saw him in Dexter, I can't watch him anymore. I hate his ever living guts, and that's John Lithgow. I hate his guts. I can't stand him in anything he plays in now. I see his face, and I just get angry. So, ugh. Shiraz says, I'm seeing taglines saying they inspired natural born killers. Ooh. I hate him, Margaret. Loathe entirely. That's a quote from The Grinch.
He plays Winston Churchill.
We need to go wash your eye out. You got a little cold in your eyeball. That's not good.
Where in The Crown?
Huh?
Margaret says he played Winston Churchill in The Crown. Wait.
Well, I hate John Lithgow. I hate him. Hate him. Hate him. Hate him. Hate him.
Oh, that guy. Well, I don't like him in that show.
Well, I hated his guts in Dexter. So
It doesn't sound familiar. I don't think I ever see that.
yes, I do, Margaret.
I think what you have with that guy. Okay, don't judge me, but I have that with Tom Cruise.
I'm not a big fan of Tom Cruise, but I think I'm just not a big
I'm
fan
not
of
either. I hate him. I can't stand him, and my mother doesn't understand why.
Well, for me, I dislike Tom Cruise just on a personal level. As an actor, he's amazing. I think he's an incredible actor. And as far as John Lithgow goes, he is a great actor. And that's probably one of the reasons why I hate his guts. And I will say this too, Robin Williams, I adore that man, okay? I saw him in one movie, and thank God it wasn't like a big blow up movie. But I saw him in one movie where he played a murderer, and I almost couldn't handle him anymore. I think that movie was called like, oh, what was it? 24-hour photo or something like that. Yes, QB. That the one that he was the photo? Yes, I think it was called 24-hour photo. Years ago. And he played a bad guy in that movie. And I was almost like, I can't watch it anymore. You haven't seen Dexter?
No,
I thought you meant you haven't seen the other show she was talking about.
no, Dexter.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Yeah, Tom Cruise, I don't like him. The only thing, respect that he does his own stunts and shit like that, but no. No, thank you. Next. Nope.
Yeah, Shiraz, I don't, like I said, I don't care for him, but it's on a personal level, not as far as an actor, he's incredible. And right, what's not to like about Robin Williams? I absolutely adore him. The movie though, the one out, and you're right, it was 24. Why did I say 24-hour photo? I meant 1 hour
Dexter,
photo.
I'm gonna
Why
search
did I say
it.
24-hour photo? But that movie almost ruined Robin Williams for me. I have a really hard time separating people from parts. Like, mm, I struggle with that sometimes. But I do love Robin Williams.
I
What's so
think
good,
I
Delta?
find it, but I don't know if it's the right one.
Dexter?
Yeah, is it a show from 2013?
That sounds about right. There's like,
In Miami?
yes.
Okay, then I have the right one.
Yeah. What's his name that plays Dexter? I forget his name.
Michael C. Hall?
Yes. Michael Hall. Michael C. Hall. Yes. It
Yeah, okay,
is.
then I have the good one. I put it on my list on Netflix.
Oh my God, it's amazing. It is amazing. QB says it was. Shiraz remembers the film. Yeah, he processed pictures at a photomat or something. Yes. Yep.
It was so
very
creepy. That movie freaked me out. Which movie?
She's talking about the 1 hour photo with Robin Williams. But you don't want to watch it because, like I said, Robin Williams was a bad guy in it. There was also a movie that Tom Hanks played a bad guy in, and I don't remember what it was called. But I wouldn't watch it because I didn't want to not like Tom Hanks anymore. I'm telling you, I have a problem.
He's a character, not the actor.
Actor. I know, but I struggle with that, Henny.
Sometimes we have to.
I know, but I struggle.
What we do in the shadows on your list. Yeah, if it's on my streaming things, because, yeah, I live in the Netherlands.
So, okay, Lauren, I'll tell you right now that Dexter, you're going to love it. There's no way.
Yeah, I have it on my list now on Netflix. But now I'm gonna need to find what we do in the shadows. Cause Shiraz, you had me at vampire.
I love Dexter.
Oh, you
Okay.
also have a movie of it. Which one was it? The show or the movie?
What?
What we do in the shadows.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. I don't know if it's a movie or a series. I do not know.
Thought it was a show. Both.
Give us
Ah,
an update on
okay.
Prime.
Oh, wait. Disney. Okay, I'm gonna check Disney.
She says the series was a spin-off of the movie. So there is, she said, both the movie and the series.
I found it.
Yay.
Okay, I have the show on Disney, but not the movie.
Shiraz, we've actually been watching jury duty a little bit, but we haven't got all the way through it. It's very funny though. Very funny. Very, very funny. She says you can watch the show independent of the movie, so that's good.
Okay, nice. Because I can't find the movie. But the show I have on my list now.
Yay. Yes, Shiraz. That was funny. Gross, but funny. Lee says, well, I watched the movie when we are stuck watching the real effects of jury duty. LOL. You're not lying. You're not lying. So it is 7:32 p.m. for them right now. I know, Shiraz. So gross. Ew. I'm telling you. Steph and Morgana and QB, they all like to learn me things like that. And I said learn me on purpose. Teach me. They like to teach me these weird things. Are you serious? It is actually a thing on LDS campuses. Are you serious? No way. Oh, God. That's so stupid. It is a loophole, but come on. I mean, really? Oh. I mean, even the fact that you're thinking about that. If you're already thinking it, then I don't know. Oh, Cherie says Robin Williams also played a serial killer in the movie called Insomnia. I don't remember that one. I don't know that I've ever seen that one.
I don't know that one either. Yes, mommy.
I get it, the purity culture, but then, they're what they I mean, mm, is it really though? You know what I'm saying? Oh God, somebody just said Chad's in a portal right now, chilling with the raccoons. God.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
QB said, I hated that one too. Robin Williams should never be a bad guy. Ugh. I mean, I will say this, that and it's the same way with John Lithgow, right? You can't, I mean, it takes someone who's a really great actor to play totally different characters. I mean, I would think that maybe playing a bad guy is something that Robin Williams would like always want to do, because he's used to always being the funny guy, Rational people don't think so, but if you're convinced there's a way without consequences, ...
I know.
I get
Someone
it.
says, I think Chad's prison name should be Tiny Storm. Any other prison name ideas? Nope.
The Quiet Storm.
Nope.
Oh God. When you hate the actor because of the job, the character. Wait, let me say that again. When you hate the actor because of the job, character, then the actor did a great. Oh, okay. I see what he's saying. When you hate the actor because of the character, then the actor did a great. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. You're right.
31 likes, 71 votes.
Votes. Yay.
New record. Woohoo.
Yeah, it is. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Party.
New record. Yeah. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. Here, let me hold on. Copy. Oops. Nope. Here, let me
The quiet drizzle, more like it. Huh?
let me drop the StreamYard link if anybody wants to join. I keep looking for another update from Long Crime, but I'm not seeing anything yet.
Same.
You too?
Yeah. Emma is gonna sue Pryor to keep house. What?
Someone here on Twitter says, and I know that other people have mentioned this before too. I've just never seen it, but it says if you've never saw the movie 12 Angry Men, I highly do recommend it. It shows you an insider's look on what goes on during deliberations as the verdict is being reached in a criminal trial or a sentencing phase like Chad Daybell. I'll need to watch 12 Angry Men.
Me too.
How long have they been deliberating for now? 5 hours approximately.
It's gonna be 6 hours soon, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's my guess because they've been at 5 hours for a little bit.
Cheesy eggs. That name though.
Cheesy eggs.
Checks. Not chicks, but checks.
I would love some checks. I'm hungry, so.
Yeah, QB said it a while ago. I want eggs now. Did you make them already, ma'am?
Yeah, did you make them?
Lots of cheese. Checks. Trademark.
Cheeks. Chegs. Cheeks.
Checks. Joey is still deliberating.
Yep, I see that. Law and Crime Network just updated and said jury is still deliberating. So it is 7:40 p.m. there.
And then leave, lol. If they do that, I'm gonna sue them all. I'm gonna fly to America.
That would be really bad, right? 5 hours and 48 minutes.
And after I am suing them, I'm gonna visit you all.
You want to put these on? Yeah. Okay.
And Miss Doubtfire is another one of my favorites. I love that movie.
That is a really good movie.
Jumanji, I like too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. With Robin Williams, that was so good.
Yeah, the original, not the new one with The Rock and Kevin Hart and the rest of them.
Jack Black. Those are good too. I like those. There's 2 Jumanjis that are newer, and they're both really. I like them both really well.
Yeah, with The Rock, Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, pretty funny. But Mrs. Doubtfire is pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Nah. Okay. So do you guys want to continue? They finished their break on Lori's sentencing here. We can resume. And wait a little bit.
Do you want me to stay up or do I need to go down?
Oh, you can stay up if you want to. Just the only thing.
Yeah, sure.
The only thing you'll want to do is like just mute yourself while the video's playing.
Sure.
Because sometimes it can. Well, I mean, I guess you will. I always do just because you can hear Jolie and stuff in the background.
The background sounds.
Yeah. But if you don't have any background sounds, then you're good. You don't have a Jolie running around screaming, "Mom!"
No, I don't have, but I have a cat. She's sleeping now, but you never know. It's a cat.
Mm-hmm. It's a cat. All right. I'm going to click play on this. Ooh, Good Morning Vietnam. Good Morning Vietnam. I love that. That was a good movie. Very good movie. Okay, let me close some of these tabs out because I got 52 tabs open. Not literally, but
damn.
Okay. All right. I mute myself and then I'm going to click play. We'll keep an eye out for updates though, guys. Okay. Lauren and I are on it. Okay. Here we go.
While we have the defendant escorted out for security purposes, once the bailiffs have given you the word that it's okay to exit the courtroom, you can do that, but please remain where you are until that. Two 21-1624 State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. This is the sentencing hearing. We took a mid-morning break. The state concluded its sentencing recommendations and the defense may now present theirs. The court would also thank everyone for complying with the conduct order in effect and not having any disturbances throughout the morning. I appreciate everyone continuing to comply with that order. With that in mind, then Mr. Thomas, is the defense ready to present their recommendations?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you can proceed.
Would the court prefer if I stand or is it okay for me to sit, given the acoustics in the room?
I think it'd probably be better if you remain seated to pick up the recording on the record.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, some 20 years ago, I was sworn into the bar and took a sacred oath to uphold the Constitution. And part of upholding that Constitution is making sure that the state meets their burden on criminal cases. They're required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every aspect of the case. And I used to be a prosecutor back in the day, 20 years ago. I understand the burden and I understand the weight that they carry. I enjoyed the job, but it was a bit of a commute. And after a couple of years, I found a job that was closer to home, gave me a little more opportunity to be with my family. And so I took the job, but I was going to be a job as a public defender. And it was hard. I was torn because people would come to me and they would say, you know, how can you do that? How can you represent people that are charged with such horrible and terrible things? And so I went to my wife, one of my best and greatest counselors, and I said, what do you think of all this? And she told me, John, I don't think Jesus Christ was a prosecutor. He is our greatest advocate. And I sit beside Lori Vallow, and I hope and pray for words that he would have me say. And so I've reflected upon this day and this hour for a long time, several weeks. And the message that I think I need to tell the court and the recommendation that I need to give to the court regarding Ms. Vallow is a message of peace and love and joy and hope. First of all, peace. There are so many victims in this case. So many lives have been touched in a negative way. There is devastation and destruction surrounding this case. 3 deaths. And my heart aches. It truly does, as does the rest of my team, Jim and Brandon and all of our experts. We ache with the victims in this case. There's a lot of hurt surrounding this case, and not just the direct victims. As the court is well aware, there are cousins and uncles and aunts and people just in the general public who have been touched by this case. And that hurt can sometimes be manifest as hate. And I think that Lori Daybell is probably the most hated woman in America right now, and maybe in the world. But that hate will never bring closure to the victims. That hate will never bring about the healing to those who are hurt by this case. And hate will never bring about peace. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. So how do we stop the hurt and the pain and the loss? And I've heard from a number of people today who've talked about JJ never being able to reach his milestones or his 21st birthday, or we wouldn't know what Tylee was going to be when she grew up. We'll never see her playing in the front yard with her children. We'll never know.
Okay, just a few things. First of all, the stream has ended. Law and Crime says that the judge has cut the feed. Hold on. Says looks like the judge ended the stream. Stand by for more details. 8:30 in the morning. Okay. Just got word the jurors have decided to retire for the night. Court will resume at 8:30 a.m. So that's 10:30 a.m. Eastern. Okay. So, no, tomorrow, Kel. Tomorrow. He said that they were going to have them resume on Saturday. So.
Yep.
Yep.
Check back tomorrow for more info.
Yeah. Well, what was I going to say? I was going to say also in regards to her lawyer that was just is on there talking. Talking about that light can only get rid of darkness. He was saying only love gets rid of hate. Hate doesn't get rid of hate. Only hate or love gets rid of hate. Only dark can't get rid of darkness. Only light can get rid of darkness. And I had to pause it because I wanted to say, well, according to your client, death is what gets rid of darkness.
Yep.
So there's that. Anyway. So at least we have word that we will be resuming back tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow, Kel. Tomorrow.
I love you tomorrow.
Well,
sorry.
it's only a day away. So do we want to resume? Of course I'm going to be streaming it, but do we want to resume this tomorrow as well? The rest of Daybell Lori's sentencing?
Yes, Mom, I thought so. But thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, I think we should resume with Lori Vallow's sentencing tomorrow too, because it is almost 10 p.m. here. I know that is early for a lot of people, and it's early for me too, but we've also been streaming almost 8 hours, and I know my husband is ready for bed, and I'm holed up in here in the bedroom all over my streaming computer desk area, and I know he's like,
It's almost 4 here. Oops. Oops. But it's the weekend. I don't care.
Well, good. Good, good, good. I like to stay up late on the weekends too.
Yeah.
I do. I do. I do. Oh, well. Well, you guys, I appreciate you joining me. Yeah, Shiraz, I'll start back in the morning. I'll plan on starting about 10:30 a.m. So, we'll see. Kel says, hope you sleep well, Lauren. Yeah, QB, same. I'm so glad you came to hang out
Yeah.
with us.
Thanks, Gil. I will.
Oh, the poll. See, God,
Oh.
I always need somebody to remind me about the daggone poll. Jeez. Okay. We got 76 votes. Hold on.
Wow.
76, now 77. I got 77 votes right now. So if you have not yet voted in the poll, I'm going to give you to the count of 7 because it's 77 and I like the number 7. I'm going to give you a count of 7 to get your votes in. Now we got 78. Yay. Make sure to get your votes in. Count down from 7. Okay. So stop what you're doing and go vote if you have not yet voted. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, I'm being Count, from Sesame Street. 2, 1.
Dun, dun, dun.
0.25.
Oh.
0.1.
Mississippi.
0. All right,
Mississippi.
we got 78 votes. That's pretty good. End the poll. And let's see. Dun, 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 dun. What do you think Chad's sentence will be? 78 votes. 64% say the death penalty, and 35% say life without parole. That's a pretty big split.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not 50-50, but it's dang near close, You did not, Margaret. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Okay, Jenny, I'm gonna hop down so you can do your things.
Do your thing.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining me.
Of course.
Absolutely. Hopefully we'll get to do a little bit more hanging out tomorrow if you're not asleep.
No, I will be awake.
All right. Well, thanks for joining me, Lauren. I love to hear you on here.
Yes, same.
All right.
All
Thank you,
right.
baby.
Bye. Love ya.
Bye. Have a good night and a good sleep.
You too.
Shiraz, it's funny that you said that. Shiraz said, I voted what I think will happen, not what I want to happen. And I actually told them, I said, you guys go ahead. I vote on what you think will happen, not what you want to happen. So, I'm glad that you voted. Thank you for the vote. Margaret says, thanks, family. Family. Let me catch any comments that I might have missed. Thanks for the reminder of the poll, you guys. You know I'm the worst. Yeah, it's always great to have new people join in. Shiraz, it was good to have you come back too. We had a couple new names pop in the chat today. That was pretty cool. Margaret says, I'm home all day tomorrow with our Jeff and his bum knee, so I'll be around. Daggone it. I hate that about his knee. Did you guys hear that? I have a little music thing that plays on my phone at 10 p.m. or actually 9:59 p.m. every night to remind me that it's time for bed. And do you know how many times out of the week that I actually ignore the crap out of my phone when it tells me that? I roll my eyes at it. Like, whatever. You go lay down. Don't tell me to go lay down. You go lay down. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Okay. Well, I love you, Kel, and I love you, Morgana, and you, Lauren. Kel said that's how I voted conservatively. Background noise. 7 p.m. It's time for bed. I'm going, says Margaret. I don't want it. I don't want to go to bed yet, but I'm going to go put some pajamas on and cross stitch some more, maybe diamond paint a little bit, chill out. So, but I'll be back in the morning with you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. They're saying 8:30 Mountain. That's 10:30 Eastern. So, I figure they're going to go a little bit tomorrow because if they were that close to a decision, then they would have just went ahead on with it tonight. You know what I mean? If they didn't have very much more to discuss, then there you go. All right. Yeah, let's go do that. All right. I love you guys. Okay. And we'll see you back in the morning. Make sure to give the video a thumbs up before you leave. #replay. Like, subscribe, all the things. Okay. Love you.